Okay,
like
guys. Tom, as you can see, is now in the booth. Can you switch over to his live stream?
So we're currently just about to switch over to Tom's stream. So the stream may drop slightly for everyone watching. Just quickly refresh and you will find part 2 on the SSRI YouTube channel. So we'll see you right over there.
Are you live now, Tom? I will stop streaming.
Yeah, so I just click on Tom's stream down on Watch Live. Yeah.
Yep. Hold on. So I'm ending my stream. Now. Ended.
Right, so we're back. Back once again with the Renegade Master.
Yeah, we can still see the OBS screen there as well.
All is good with that. It's not being broadcasted, so no worries. As we have a little move, I think that's just about not happening, but that's not for position. That is just to get a lap back. However, the Aston Martin is coming into the pits. That thing looks a bit worse for wear on the front at the minute, I must say.
Might be a scheduled pit stop. It looks like the leaders are just starting the pit, so we might see a flurry of pit stops here.
He's just coming out the pits, and he's still a lap up on the car ahead.
And Payne still...
So, as it stands, P2 comes in as P1 goes out. He has got a hefty lead at the minute as Thomas. Yeah. I have to say, if he ends up winning this thing as a solo driver in a 24 hours race, I think everyone else should just retire. We should just give up, because what do you do? How can a team of 4, 5, and 6, I don't know, there's some teams of 2, some teams of 3, be beaten by one man?
One man!
Power and dreams and caffeine alone. Oh, maybe other stuff. I don't know.
One man alone, betrayed by the country he loves. I'm going to show him how fast I am.
He is showing everyone up absolutely massively at the minute and flying along.
I think I did actually consider. I actually talked to my girlfriend like about 2 weeks ago when I sort of got the information from the Discord. Oh, hey, look, it's Bathurst is 24 hours. Any chance I could try and do it solo? Well, I thought about doing it solo myself actually, but then I went and did a test session around that track just yesterday. But there's no way I could do this for 24 hours. No way. I'm just not ready. So for me, it's the how much practice you would have to do as well. So just having that rhythm. Oh, sorry, I'm getting instructions from my race engineer here. Just one second, I'm just going to go off cut.
So we're getting through the pits. The top 3 have now filtered through. Castagnera's moved himself up into P3 as Fredriksson still in the pits. Whereabouts is Thomas on track? So Thomas is going through the start-finish line now. So only the top 3 are unlapped. Everyone else has had a lap put on them. If that isn't insane, I don't know what is. Because we're not even 6 hours in yet. And it's such a long race circuit, this. And
yes,
only the top 3 are still on the lead lap.
Patrick, did you say you've done some testing here too? What was your lap time, can I ask?
I'm racing in it. My team's the Nissan. I've done 2.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, you did.
I'm done for today, and then I'll be back in the car tomorrow. So my time, which is semi-competitive, in race, I mean, I qualified 33rd of 45th. It wasn't great. I had a lot more time in the car. I just couldn't hook a full lap up. That was a 2:01.2. So still a fair bit off the fast boys who were right up the top with the 59s. But I don't think I was uncompetitive, so to speak.
What a great onboard
the gulf between the okay drivers like myself and the brilliant drivers like ahead is, oh, it's a big snap for the Lamborghini, but he just about gathers it in. Now, the gulf between good and great is massive. This is actually Sem up ahead getting chased eagerly by Lentvar, battle for fourth. And Sem feeling the pressure, maybe the tyres aren't quite warmed up yet.
And those Lamborghinis look like they do have a lot of pace. Like running second, third, and fourth is actually really, really high up. I was actually
a very strong car. It's a very strong car.
It's a very strong car. Yeah. See, when I did my laps, I did a 2:07.6, and I thought, oh, that's not a bad time. But I did do it in the Ford Mustang, so I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to test it out. But I did do it in one of the Ferraris too. I can't remember which one it was. And I was doing around the 2:08, 2:07 time. So I know even for me, by you saying you're doing a 2:01, 2:02, well, wow, that's just a huge deficit. 6 seconds around a 2-minute lap is a lot of raw pace that you have to have.
I've just seen the 990. My car's had a little bit of an off at the chase. Looks like Owen went and maybe got himself a little bit crossed up on exit. But I think it was just a slow car warning, thankfully, and nothing more major as we continue on our way. But we have picked up 15 seconds, so I'm not sure where that's come from or why that's a thing.
15-second penalty, yeah.
That's worrying. I might have to go and investigate as to what's happened there. But yeah, if you want to know what the time of Michael Thomas is at the moment, he's currently averaging about 2:01.6s, and that's his full fuel race pace because he's just come out of the pits. So he is almost at my quali pace in full fuel.
right. He just doing full fuel, yeah. And the thing is he's...
My fastest laps were about 6/10 off that, which isn't bad. I'll take that. That's half decent. But
yeah. I mean, the other thing too is some of these guys who you see at the top of the leaderboards have actually have 2,000, 3,000 hours into the game, into the simulator. So they're going to know all those little nuances that don't, like some other people might not see. Like, you really drive the cars with your feet. I know this is kind of a strange concept, but for me it was when I first heard it. You don't necessarily drive the car with your hands, you drive the car with your feet. So you're trail braking off, you're onto the gas early to help rotate the car. And so that was a concept that I was working with recently. Like, okay, so now the trail braking part, I understand. You know, you sort of brake as hard as you can, slowly release off up until the apex of the corner. But some of the other things that you see, like counter oversteer and stuff like that, is really difficult to get your handle on if you have just a couple of 100 hours into the game. But for these guys who have thousands of hours into the game, like, oh yeah, I don't worry about that kind of thing. So, but I do think on the Christie on the charity auction, isn't there a coaching as well, like a 2-hour coaching on the auction? Am I wrong? I thought I heard somebody mention that earlier on.
I'm not aware of that. To be honest, I probably need to get myself up to date with exactly what we've got on offer. But there are auctions going on, guys. So
yes.
Feel free.
To mention something about the auction, one of the prizes was the Simcube 2, was it? And I looked at how much they actually cost, and the actual cost of those is about $1,400 US. I'm not sure what that would be in pounds, but if the current bid is about £200 or dollars.
So
that's already been sold, has it?
Yeah, so the Simcube 2 has been sold for $1,200. That was the winning bid. We currently do still have a few live auctions going as it stands, so you can get yourself a 45-minute session in a full motion D-Box sim. There's 2 of those going. The first one is current bid at €35, and the second one is currently bid at €31. Mind you, this is, I believe, hosted in the Netherlands, so you do need to be able to get yourself over there.
Yeah, they get yourself over there, yeah.
There are actually 3 of those, and the third one is also at €31. So if you are going to be in the Netherlands or are in the Netherlands and fancy giving yourself a go at a full motion sim rig, you can have an opportunity at that for a small donation. The next one is, as you said, actually, you were right. There is a coaching session going, and it is from our current race leader, Michael Thomas. That is a 2-hour coaching session, and the current bid on that is €75. We also have a couple real-life racing items going. The Indy, so the Daytona 24-hour winner of Indy Yonte has offered his a pair of signed gloves up. Those are currently at a bid of $75.
That's good. Then, I wouldn't mind those actually. A nice pair of racing gloves, yeah. Oh, for sure. I might have to go out there and put in $1 more.
And you also
from a Daytona winner.
Yeah. It's a big prize. You've also got Puma Speedcat Pro racing boots, signed by the Porsche Works driver Joshua Rogers. They are a size 41, mind you, which is a US size 8 or a UK size 7.5. So my big feet would not fit in them, sadly.
Oh yeah, my feet wouldn't fit in there. So if you have small feet, that's definitely an option for you.
And then last but not least, there are a couple simulator controller 6-month subscriptions going for €10 as it stands. As we get a bit sideways with the BMW, not the BMW, the Bentley there.
No, I didn't know that the SimiCube had gone. But whoever won that has got themselves one of the best Black Friday deals this year, because on Black Friday they normally knock down all the prices for all the simulator guys like Fanatec, SimiCube, Azatec. They always knock down the prices. So that's realistically a Black Friday deal. Like to save £200 on something that's as good as. I mean, he does have 25 Newton meters of torque. That's a hell of a lot of torque to run through your hands. So mine only goes up to 8 Newton meters. So that's almost like 200-300% more force feedback that you actually have. So that's the equivalent of the Fanatec DD1 as we watch another car go into the wall.
Both of these two pushing and having different issues at the minute. The Bentley, the rear keeps stepping out, but the Porsche that we're on board with, Nigel Tarin, getting a little bit too eager on throttle and understeering as he sends it late. Oh, and they get side by side. The Bentley gets forced off. As well, we got one in the wall behind us.
Another one going behind us.
The 75 is slow moving there. I was worried that was my car then. The colours were very similar, but no, I think that was. Oh, there's. Oh, we had a big snap left just going into the dipper. I think it doesn't seem to have caught up on the flag, so maybe they somehow gathered that. That looked like it was suddenly flying left into the wall. Suddenly everything sparked to life. That was a bit of a wild one, but breathe and breathe. The Bentley comes into the pits. It finishes its stint, maybe a little bit too much damage. I'm pretty sure the 101 car was having a few issues there of Ollie Anderson, but I may be mistaken. No, it definitely wasn't him then. It was a different one. It was a Mode 11, I believe. Sorry, wrong car colours. He's got a good old scrap happening though. He's chasing after the Ferrari of Broghammer. And yes, I was right. They're in the pits. I did not miss. I did not see it wrong. That is unfortunate for Richardson. Andrew Richardson, normally a very solid driver, maybe just lost it all on his own. Hard to tell. But that is a battered front end. And the BMW being forced into the pits to get some repairs. And breathe. Oh. That's what usually happens, isn't it? It's like waiting for a bus. Nothing for a bit, and then suddenly everything all at once. As looks like Michael Thomas is trying to make a move around the outside, going up the mountain, and gets that done. As we're on board with the 29 of Burak Günt. About to be put a lap down, I think. As it stands, though, he's chugging away in 29th. the Sim Racing Holland BMW. Not quite their day as it stands, but a lot of time left as the Aston Martin really drifting through the dipper there. Blue flags flying. I think that might be for more than just one. And you know what? I think P3 is about to be lapped. That's them, just they're 3 cars ahead. There we are. There's P3. There's Rui Nunez. You've got Michael Thomas about 5 seconds behind. And suddenly there are only 2 cars on the leading lap. How insane is that? Talk about dominance, eh?
Right, yeah. After 171 laps, I mean, I thought he would have lapped the entire field 4 times. How fast he is. Sorry, I just went off comms there for a second. I just had a tyre pressure issue with my own vehicle in real life. Actually, my girlfriend just called me and says, "The tyre pressure. There's lights flashing at me. I don't know what they are." So I had to sort of be my own race engineer for my real life girlfriend right here. So sorry about that. I just got off comms there for a second.
All good. Yeah, Michael Thomas about to make his way past the 95 BMW. They get out the way nice and easily, and he sets his sight on... Well, I mean, I thought his goal was just finishing the race as a solo driver for 24 hours. Actually, he just drifts wide and clips the wall there. A little bit of damage. We get on board with the man offering a 2-hour coaching session, and suddenly mistakes happen. Could it be a commentator's curse? It's not like me to not do that to
right,
people.
yeah.
Very good, very well good.
Right, yeah.
But no, I think he must be setting himself a new goal right now of lapping the whole field. What I'd like to know, though, is how on earth is he going about getting food and drink in his system? He must have someone assisting him in the real world.
He must have a very diligent partner. Yeah.
Snacks and drinks, because you do not have 30 seconds to run off. I mean, it's bad enough trying to find time for the loo then. Never mind doing anything else.
I'm going to say I'd be more worried about it coming out than going in.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe the trick is starving yourself then. I don't know. Oh, as we see 88 having a yellow flag in an awkward spot. Oh no. That is a really awkward spot. How can they attack with that?
Yeah, turn 2, yeah. He's going to have to do
Right, they've got a bit of time. If they'd done off the TC... Oh, he tried it, but looked like it didn't really engage. He's got to be careful here.
He put the wall there too.
Possibly give himself a chance to go, but waited too long. Unfortunately, now he's got 3 or 4 more cars coming through.
Yeah, there is a small gap
now,
after
if he gives himself a chance here after the Ferrari. He is often moving again.
And there we go.
2 damage. So I'm very confused as to how that's happened, as 127 brings us a yellow flag at the top of the hill as well. The second of the 3 left-handers causing problems. And again it's backwards, and that one looks like it's taken a lot more damage.
That M6 has taken some damage there on the front, right, yeah. Looks like he's still got some power.
Though. Oh! BMW, the Bentley getting a little bit
just got out the way. And he does have
put it back in gear, there we go. And we're moving.
There we go. Get moving.
Oh, that front end does not look healthy though. He's going to have to be careful going down here. If we just sit and board, we may see a little bit of difficulty in the steering. So far looking okay.
Oh, it doesn't look too bad. It just looks like that big exterior damage on the front of the car. I wonder what happened. It must have...
He's not pushing it though. As you can tell, the Mercedes is right on his tail. I think it's an awkward spot, so I wonder if he's caught the curb and the car's just been ripped to the left. So he's turned it a little bit too soon up there, and he's had the...
I think he does have the hazard lights on, doesn't he? Look like he did them for a second.
The one thing you've got to be careful of here, though, is with a heavily damaged car, trying to go through a kink at a certain amount of speed.
Yeah.
My car with a lot of damage on the rear got very light, but we had diffuser issues. I think his might just be more...
He might have brake issues, because it took him a lot longer to get that car stopped for that. And he's not pitting. That's strange.
Intriguing.
Intriguing. He might feel like
I wonder if they only have 2 laps until their stint is over. But That was 44 seconds off their best lap. And
that's a lot of time to lose too.
What are you pushing for here? Unless your stint timers are currently on perfect sync with finishing perfectly. As we go and we look at the replay incident, now there's a Ferrari.
It looks like he might got a bit of help there.
He's tried to let them go through, and he's overdone it. And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that is the whole reason why we say you can forget about blue flags over the top, because as soon as you get offline, you are in a world of pain. And unfortunately for the 127, it's their own thing. They got spooked by the Ferrari being so close and tried to let them through, but sadly, it's just the dangers of doing that, of getting offline up here. That's why we say blue flags aren't a requirement over the mountain, and they have to be done in sectors 1 or 3. For that exact reason, it's just a little bit too dangerous for all parties.
Even though he came off, it might have been a like thinking forward kind of thing. It might have been better for him to try let that guy by in the next corner, because if he does come off, there's a big section of sand trap that he could catch him in if he does make a mistake. So it's easier to go wide there, I think. But I think it's all personal preference, yeah. But I think he did get spooked. Because seeing a faster car in your rear view mirror, even though you're on the mountain, like where am I going to go? I've got to get out of the way. You know, so that's a lot more difficult. So if you'd have let him go one corner later, he's got that. He's not got a wall to contend with. He's got a sand trap, which I think is a good overtaking place. But you got to give the space up, you know, in that. Especially if you're trying to let a car by on the inside or on the outside, you've got more room on that very next section of corners there. But before the S's of 11 through 17. So, but it's easy to get very caught up in what's going on in your mirrors, you know. So I know I did suffer from that sometimes a little bit.
Right, so we've got a lovely little scrap happening between the 88 and the 33, the double numbers. They're trying to make their way through a back marker as well, 10th and 11th, very, very close together. Mercedes obviously not entitled to get out of the way up here, which is really pushing these three close together, and I don't think it's the way to do it, and thankfully he changed his mind on the matter. The Aston somehow thought of a move, but Mercedes got it wrong. Actually bounces beautifully out the way, and we move on, as there's also a yellow flag happening now at turn 2. Issues there, as though the Bentley gets it all wrong, and suddenly Mecking says, thank you very much, I'm going to move on.
Very much.
18 still stuck. Mode 11 car looking to unlap themselves as well.
And is that our very own Baz there in that battle there?
It might well have
in the
been
white BMW.
Finally, Van Horn manages to get himself facing the right way once again. Moving on, the car doesn't look too damaged, so again I think it might just be an issue of catching the curb on the inside, rear stepping out, possibly also just missing the camber off turn 2, and then round you go. The car looks alright, so yeah, just an unfortunate moment for them, and because of how spread out the field is, it's really hard to find a gap. But no, they do. Oh, sorry, they do have damage. Oh, it's the car off. No. Oh,
no, it's in the wall, and this side's in the wall because of the. Oh wow! Holy moly!
That's a bit of damage.
So, yeah.
I think we're still going, but and be careful with this now. Like that was quite a strong hit on the front right. Oh, it's just.
Oh dear! What heartbreak! Heartbreak for the 990 of every own commentator's booth. Absolutely, it can be a heartbreak if you're caught up in an incident that's really not your fault. It's so frustrating.
He did the right thing getting out the way. The problem is this car has such bad lift-off oversteer.
Yeah,
he's had to go fully off the throttle, and then that's why the rears then slipped on him, and he's not quite been able to catch it. Oh, painful to see, but he managed to keep it going in the right direction.
Yes.
I wonder how he feels about continuing on, or if he's going to stop it short and get in the pits here.
He might be
like he is
pitting,
electing to the pits.
yeah.
Maybe he's just a bit too damaged.
Get the damage fixed and then carry on and see where you're at. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
they are down in 26, but you've actually done really well to get back up there. That's going to put a bit of a hamper in.
We are.
Plus, you have a 15-second penalty there too, by the looks of things.
Yeah, so serving it all together is actually going to be quite a painful one. But we are up 7 spots from where we started right now, so it's not the end of the world. As we get back on with the battle we were watching just before, where Ollie Anderson has now made it past the Ferrari, as we are on board with Nikola Buzov in the Sector Blitz Racing 588 Aston Martin, who is moving along quite nicely, but actually just elects to get out of the way of the Ferrari ahead. He's now trying to get his way onto the back of Brockhammer, as Ollie looks to be trying to run away from the two of them.
And then the BMW just coming out of the pits, trying to filter back in to the first straight away, getting those tyres up to temperature if they have in fact changed them. Because tyre temperature is also a big factor here too. Like, you only need 1 or 2 degrees in difference to make a big impact on how the car handles. And then we do have some onboard live pictures of some of the drivers, which is some of my favourite pictures, by the way. To actually see the concentration on some of the drivers' faces on how much they're having to concentrate, and their steering inputs and stuff like that is actually just great to watch on the races. Because essentially, we're those people too. Like, if we wasn't in the commentary booth, we'd probably be out there on track, just like you, Patrick. You know, but they're doing a bit of both, like a double duty for the weekend. You know, so. Looks like he's got pretty stable hands. Like, he's not pushing the car too much. He's just cruising around by the looks of things. But he's 26th and 4 laps down, so it can be a bit heartbreaking to see himself finish there.
37th place.
Oh, was that the one? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at.
They were chasing us at one point.
Oh, and he's added eyes go!
Oh no!
I thought he was going to roll it then. I thought that was going end over end. And he decided just to push back.
Yeah.
Just the disappointment on his face there. Like, oh God.
We get Kieran in the car, so we've done our driver swap. The front still looks bad, but I'm guessing they've repaired it. I can't imagine them just going out as normal, so that's a bit of ACC. Unfortunately, now our lovely Nissan will always look a little bit bruised, a little bit broken, but
right.
Back out and going again in 29th. I'm going to have to figure out where the hell that puts us for stints, because at the minute, as it stood, I was meant to be getting up for a stint at 10 to 5 in the morning.
10 to 5, that's a nervy start.
Maybe if I can get a little bit more sleep in, I don't know, but very sad end for that BMW. Just to get on board them in the wall. It's a classic. It's the classic.
And this is another good battle here, developing for 15th and 16th place. The battle for 15th. And there's actually Brockhammer is just ahead of Buzzoz in the 588 Aston Martin there. Only just 2 tenths behind him. So he might have a go here if he's got a good run off of the dipper. It looks like he's side by side right now, so he's going to.
The Ferrari's given up on that. He was struggling down through the mountain section and into Forest Elbow, so does the right thing for his race. Just doesn't get involved with someone else's, and they move on and go. As we get to see my lovely teammate giving his neck a little stretch, getting the headphones, giving the head a shake. He's doing everything. You can time that well.
Yeah, right. It looks like he's kind of turned like, I gotta stay awake. He's still almost 80, just under 18 hours left in pole.
This is our stream manager as well, so no wonder he's getting given a little bit of airtime.
He's got a nice seat, I tell you. Look at that seat he's got. Yeah. That's a nice piece of kit right there.
He drives on one of those Samsung Odyssey crazy wide monitors as well, so he's got the set.
Really?
He's got it all there.
Yeah.
We'll see how he gets on. He's had one stint already, and then this is his second one, and then he's done for today, and then he'll be joining me a little bit later in the morning, and we'll just be alternating to the end, I believe.
Right, yeah, just maximising the stint levels too, and yeah, it's always nice to have a team behind you. I think when I did the 8 hour, I think it was a year ago, or maybe even 2 years ago since I've been part of the SSRI club. I did 8 hours of Nürburgring. I did a couple of stints for a team called Green Moose Racing. I'm not sure if they're even taking part on this particular event, but they welcomed me in and says, "Yeah, let's go do a few laps, see how good you are." And I think I had a couple of spins, but I did really well. Because that's another challenging track, because the driver doesn't get much chance to. Just let me take a second. Let me take a breather, because it's always action, left, right, left, right, left, right. And especially with this particular track, you do get from turn 1 up to turn 2, you do get that little bit of a breather as a driver, and again on the back straight. So then you sort of get a chance to refocus. Okay, I've got to change this setting for this sector, and I've got to change this setting, or whatever needs to be changed within the car as well. So because I normally run my brake bars very more towards the rear these days, instead of having it 50-50. I want it sort of 55 to 58, 59, especially in the Porsche, for example. That's a good example, because that's a very a good rear engine car. So I try and push my brake bars as far back as I can, so that I don't lose any momentum. So I've got more steering ability, generally, what it is.
Oh, we've just had a spin on the final corner. Thankfully, the two involved that we were watching have avoided it, but I think that might have just given the onus on one of the others to get the move done.
A little bit. Almost causes an accident.
Electing to not take the racing line.
Just caused that, yeah. I think he was reacting to seeing there, surprised in the middle of the track right there.
So we get on board with James Mead in the PSUK Esports car. Now looking to get past a back marker. I don't believe that is. Oh no, that is full position. He's just overtaken Lientar into the final corner. Lovely clean move, and moves himself up into 5th.
This is the car, by the way, that was on its roof at turn 2.
Was it really?
Thanks. Yeah.
Right at the start of the race. Okay, I must have missed that one.
And flipped over into the second corner. Found themselves on their roof, and somehow they're all the way back up into 5th now. As we say a quick hello to Lulu in chat. Snack and Sons represent indeed. We do like the Snack and Sons here. We have a fair few of us. Yeah, literally, Alex. The PSUK are literally flying after being flipped. It's flipped the switch in your head, one might say.
Oh my god, a lot of drama going on here at the top of the hill. The 68's facing the wrong way. We had a very slow Ferrari going, and everyone's flying past. Vollenbrecht.
Oh, there's another one!
Oh my god, the poor...
He reacted to seeing that then, you can tell.
Schulz came through far too quick and had a big old moment. Oh, it's the dangers of that top of the mountain. You're so unsighted and the line's so quick.
And it's so fast, so much going on.
Such a crazy, yeah, the blindness of the corner, yeah. And also another really blind corner that I see sometimes too is the dipper. Because if you're right up against that wall, you can't see the exit. So if somebody's spam there, you have to have such a fast reaction time to try and dodge that car. Or get around them.
Well, through all of that, we saw the Lexus Mackenberg car make its way up past Kunt. So they've gained a spot up into 27th, I believe that was. Now getting back on board with Ollie Anderson. The tongue out every time coming down through the dipper.
Every time.
The concentration at 101%, just like the car. And it's needed because they have a car right on their tail. Buzov doing a strong comeback through the field right now as it stands, and
it also looks like there's another battle developing just behind those guys. Sorry. Go ahead.
There is indeed. Tarin being chasing Broghammer, I should say. Now, Ollie, is he going to try and go defensive? Is he going to get one sent up the inside? Breaks late, gets it pulled up nicely. The BMW seemingly having some of the best brakes in the game. That's what I've noticed. But he's into the pits, so Buzov sent on his way, gets released, and off he goes. Nice entry for the pits for Ollie, so I think he'll be passing it on. He seems quite happy with himself. Yeah. There's a smile that gets brought out right there.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see people having a good time at least. It is a charity event, so if the people take it too seriously, it sort of takes it away. But it's good to see people smiling and having fun out there.
So back on board with Nigel, or Nigel, I'm quite sure. I saw the Spanish flag, so maybe it's a little bit more Latin than Nigel, but who knows. He's currently right on the back of Broghammer, who's sadly been seeing himself drop backwards as his stint's gone on. Now looking at possibly being taken for 15th place.
It looked like that was a bottle of whiskey he was swigging on there.
Well, you won't be surprised to know that the 101 car do drink alcohol when they drive. Don't do that anymore. It's their thing. They've always done it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are doing it.
Yeah, that looked like it was a swig of whiskey there. That's okay though. It is simulator based, so it's legal. But one thing I didn't actually know until I looked it up yesterday is Bathurst is actually a public road. So it is actually a two-way public. So you can actually drive the opposite way around this track. Obviously,
it's wild, isn't it?
They have a 60 kph speed limit, which is about 35, 40 miles an hour, something like that. But I didn't realise that until yesterday when I looked it up. Like, I wonder what kind of history Bathurst has, and so this track's been around since the 30s, and then they started racing big events here, like the Bathurst 1000 back in the 60s. But that's how long the track's been here, before I was even born. So it's unbelievable.
Well, we get a moment back on board with Michael Thomas. Race winner. Best lap so far of a 2:09. He has broken the 2:01 minute mark, which is just insane. I mean, the track is starting to cool, so these times will be going down as we just get a little bit of a little wall tap there from our resident second place, who might have to start getting a little bit worried here because he may be lapped sooner rather than later by Michael Thomas as well. There is a significant portion of the track between them now. I think P3 is still. They may be just about avoiding being lapped as it stands, but I'm not too sure. We did have a spin going through the cutting as well further back. They've got themselves going again. Not quite sure who that was, but all is fine. Strong showing, at least from the different manufacturers. We've got the Aston Martin leading the way, Ferrari in second. It already says a lap down, but I don't quite think that is the case. He's half a lap down, as we can see. The triangle you're looking for on your map basically is the indicator of where the race leader is, for those of you who are not too well versed in Assetto Corsa Competizione. So yeah, there's probably about half the circuit between these two. I'd say
there's definitely a chase going on there. A couple of long straightaways there, and so that's a lot of ground to cover to try and pick back up onto Thomas. So but I mean, Michael Thomas is a race winner, so I don't think he's going to try and give that position up anytime soon. That's why it's nice for him to have that larger gap, so that if there are errors or anything happens along during the race, then he's got a better more time to sort of deal with that problem if there was a spin or anything like that.
Well, the second place 406, Grigory Ivanov, about to put another lap on my Snack & Sons 990 Nissan. Kieran doesn't have to get out of the way here. I'm sure at some point he will do the honours of being a kind gentleman and moving his way away, but doesn't need to at the top of the mountain, as we've discussed a few times already. The rules state that over the top here, blue flags are they can be ignored because it's so one line is optimum line. That was terrible grammar, but I got my point out in the end. And it looks like Ollie actually wants to have a little bit of a conversation with us, so maybe I should drag him through. We'll bring Oliver in after his tongue out moments in his last stint. We'll get to hear how that went, so let's do that. Hello, Oliver. I saw your message. You were eager to join us in here, so
yes.
How's it going? You seem to have a pretty good stint there. The tongue was out many times going down the mountain. We liked it. The concentration was clear to see.
Well, it is difficult, especially after a few drinks. It's getting more and more difficult to drive the car, but yeah, it was a pretty good stint. First time underneath 1 second of damage on the car, so very nice, very nice.
Solid stuff. And did you move forwards for the most part, or?
Yeah,
You
yes.
fought some good battles, so it looked like you were going in the right direction at least.
I was only moving forwards in the stint, so it was all nice. Although I didn't see any Nissans this time around. That seems to be our Achilles heel.
Yeah, stay away from us, please.
We would like to, but it's you guys who are touching us in the rear, so Jimmy said.
Oh, was it? Oh, right. Yeah. I was wondering what the 15-second penalty was for, so I'm guessing it's that.
Well, we got 15 for me going off track and unsafely rejoining, which was perfectly fair. I had that penalty, to be honest. And then when I came in, it sort of was turned into the corner and just clipped my front, which of course I should have stayed more to the right or braked or something. So it was a fair penalty, and also we got a lot of damage. And then you got a 15 as well for unsafe rejoining afterwards after you got spun by me. So
right,
a bit crazy. But besides that, I think we've had a pretty good race. We were 13th when we were the furthest up the field before our penalty and big pit stop for damage repairs. And whenever, just before we take our pit stops, we are close to being in the same position again. So we are doing quite well.
No, it sounds like you're having a good time at least.
Oh, well, of course.
And how's Aaron finding it himself? He goes about his way quite nicely. I don't hear much from him. Other than he drinks a lot.
Yeah,
that's
that's the thing. This merger of CBSR and the Untalented Motorsports really brings out the best of both worlds. A lot of drinking and a lot more of drinking. Although usually I'm the only one on my team that does the drinking, so it's more equal here.
Match made in heaven, one might say.
I would say. Also, I think it's one of the biggest meme teams in this race. I wish we would have had Bas or maybe Tim on the team as well. Then would have been the biggest meme team of all time, especially if we had Bas. And we would very much like that.
If you're listening, Bas, hint, hint. Sounds like there's a shout there for a future race.
Yeah, and Basi loves the 11, then they could keep the 11 and triple 11, then they would have the 101 as well, and that team that would probably be their third choice of number, but that is safely secured in my hands, so sucks for them. But over standing, I don't know, Bas is playing his drivers very well, so hint, 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 hint.
So when are you back in the car? Are you two just alternating as it stands, or?
At the minute we are alternating. I think when we get into the later hours, we'll probably be doing doubles, even triples, so we can have the other guy rest while the other one's driving in nighttime. I know that Aaron is saying that he's trying to stay up for 24 hours, but we have both had a few drinks at this point, so it might not be that possible come the end of it. But we'll see what happens.
Is the toilet dictating your stops then? Have you broken the seal, so to speak?
Well, if I really had to go to the toilet, then I would hit a wall very badly. Now I have to come in for a pit stop. Aaron, you have to take over now. Actually, when I was coming into the pit lane this time, Aaron wasn't behind the rig, even though I told him that I'm boxing this lap. He had to run for a quick piss before jumping in. He literally only got there 2 seconds before he had to go.
Oh, classic.
We have Anthony, of course, supplying the beer for Aaron, so he was there telling me that he wasn't there, and I was like, fucking shit. I mean, feces shit. We, of course, can't say the F word on the stream, I've been told many times.
Yeah, watch your language. We apologise.
Exactly. To all the small.
Ollie's had a few drinks. He can get a pass once, but we'll be.
I'm just looking forward to Mooney coming back. We'll have a blast, I guarantee.
Yeah. He's he'll be joining us in the booth. I don't know if he is again tonight, but he definitely.
I think he is in about 20 minutes or something like that.
Oh, lovely. In that case,
if I remember correctly on the
as my leaving time.
Yeah, also nice to see two people in the comms room. It makes it a lot easier sitting in the comms when you are two.
It's just easy having a conversation, isn't it? And it doesn't really matter what you're talking about. For these little lulls that you get occasionally, it's good just to bounce back and forth between someone. But we've had some pretty good action as well. There's been some incidences. We've had some big moments, some big overtakes. Lots happening in like the 4th to 7th and 8th. Like that's been a good little battle pack up there. But I think they've finally sort of spread out a little bit now.
Finally, they'll probably come together again later in the race. Because that's the thing in this race, it's all about staying out of the walls and the penalties, and then you will probably stay up there for much of the race, and of course the rain is still looming in the distance.
Yeah, according to Alex Crawford, who's one of our stat guys, he's not obviously racing and he's stewarding instead, but he likes to check what the weather says, and supposedly there's only a 6% chance of the whole race being dry. So I'm sure there will be rain at some point.
We are expecting the same in our team. Our car is actually set up more for wet weather driving than dry. So we hopefully we'll see some rain and we can even probably claim a few more positions. Even though that would be a skill issue, as I'm not the best wet weather driver. Very good when in the transitioning period, but wet weather driving, no thank you. No thank you.
Oh, I love the wet. The wet's brilliant. I find it fully concentrates me. When I'm driving in the dry, if I don't have cars around me, I can lose track of what I'm focusing on, and then just more mistakes happen. As we see, Thomas getting a little bit too.
He's just copying my line. He's copying my line.
Learning from the best, as they say.
Exactly. I told him that move.
He's still the fact he's on his own, and he's been going for so long now, and he's still in the lead, and he's lapped everyone but second.
Yeah, that is a bit surprising, as we saw that Luke team being super quick in the 2 first rounds. Same goes for, of course, the Bentleys and the Honda. And I think the Honda got into issues early in the race. Oh,
there's been quite a few issues for a lot of the cars, I think. Seems like at the moment, best thing Michael's done is keep his nose clean. It looks very shiny. I think there might be a little bit of damage right on the bumper of the Aston, but for the most part, it's looking lovely and fresh.
That's all good to hear. That's all good to hear. But I'll try and return to my small team of racing idiots. I mean, racing drivers.
Thank you for jumping in. It's nice to hear your perspective on your stints. Let's hope that we don't have any more collisions. Aaron gets it all wrong into the final corner there and has a little bit of an off moment. Just keeping us on our toes, I guess, and keeping you on your toes. Maybe that's the call to get you back.
That wasn't a bug. That was a feature in his driving. Just saying.
Okay. Very well. That's all Ollie said. We get a few moments of pain from him just as he leaves, as Aaron has a moment himself. So, what's happening with the rest of you? How are we all? How's chat? How is I don't know. How's your team going? I see Hypo Ants in the chat saying having a blast in his very first Enduro race, even though our team is 39th.
We're still going, and that's what the goal is.
Exactly, mate. The biggest goal is just making it to the end. I think that's, for your first endurance race, that's all you should be focusing on as well, just making it to the end. So we've got, a little bit of a slow BMW here. I think they may have had a moment. This is all getting a little bit tricky, a little bit awkward. They've managed to get themselves going once again. I think that was the 127 of Mogul there, as we do just get on board with the lovely pink Mercedes, that 889 car that Hypo was on about. Looks very nice. I just don't think the Mercedes is set up to be a very good endurance car, as both of them do seem to be struggling quite a lot at the minute down the lower end of the field. But yeah, it's important just to keep going and keep yourself strong. I'd say that's the big thing. I just see a question there from Stephen. Perchance, could I know who is net P1, 2 and 3? Yes, Stephen. So we've got Michael Thomas leading the way. A solo drive. It's him for the full 24 hours, and he has lapped everyone but P2. In second place, Grigory Ivanov in the 406 Ferrari, having a very solid performance. Fastest lap of the race, actually, as well, a 2:06. So, you know, he's pushing on, but as you can see, if you look for the triangle on the track map, he's got a long way to go to start bringing that gap down to Michael. I mean, undoubtedly, surely it does happen, because on your own you could only do so much, but I mean, we'll see. That's one to keep an eye on, just how far that gap grows or changes. And then third place is the 78 of Rui Nunez. Unfortunately for him, he is a second slower on his best lap than the others, but still a very strong performance from the Lamborghini, lead Lamborghini in this. Sam 12 seconds down the road from him, and James Mead not too far in tow there. So I'd say that the top two have checked out. The rest there is a chance for. So there's still a lot to play for. This PS UK esports car, we've mentioned it once before. They were on their roof on the second corner of the first lap. They are now up in fifth and giving themselves a chance at a podium. So that just tells you everything you need to know about a 24-hour race. Everything is on the cards. Everything is left to play for. You always have a chance to come back through the field. You just got to keep going. And they are proving that the strongest thing to do is keep going.
Great shots here from the 24 hours of Bathurst for the Christie charity. This is a 24-hour event, so going back to what you were saying just a moment ago, look, there's so many laps to have to do. I mean, we're on 190 laps already, and we're only 6 hours in. So you can imagine how many laps these guys have to do. Probably in the region of 450, 500 laps. What would you say?
Sorry, I've just turned out.
Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, well, just based on how many laps they've done already is how many more are left to go. You know, so after
well, we've got 190 for the leader after 6.5 hours.
6.5 hours, yeah.
But if we try and bring that back a little, and we say about 100 and as we see David Hill just probably doing something on his MFG, getting a little bit into the grass.
Dropping the tyre there.
The average is about 2 minutes a lap. I mean, give or take a little bit. So 2 minutes a lap, 2 times 30. Is that right? No, 30 minutes, 2 minutes a lap. So 15 laps every 30 minutes, give or take. So 175 was 6 hours. So just do 175 times 4. You'll get somewhere close to that. What's that? 350, about 700. I think we could be getting close. Probably more likely to be around the 630 mark at current pace. Well, at current pace, it could easily hit 700, but with pits, rain, tiredness, fatigue, I think it's probably going to be more around 620 odd. So lots and lots and lots of laps to go.
Zero loads that can happen. Yeah, we've had cars in the wall, cars on the roof, cars on the side, battles all over the track. A lot facing the wrong way, yeah, a lot of that too. So, and that's what happens with these big, long endurance races, because you just never know what's going to happen. We're going to get more retirements, especially coming up to 6:50 in the game right now. So I'm not sure what time we'll start losing the light. Like those shadows are starting to get a little bit longer. We'll also have some temperature drops, which may also affect tyre pressures and how much grip the drivers have. And also driver changes. I mean, the other thing too is you have to put in some slower drivers or less paced drivers, should we say, to even be able to get through the night, so where the faster drivers can be faster and to do what they're sort of programmed to do as drivers and go as fast as they can. So yeah, still a hell of a long way to go. Long way to go yet. And so, yeah, so you've still got plenty of time to donate to the Christie charity if you haven't already. We do thank you for all those charity donations, and also we have to also keep plugging the auctions that are still going on. If you would like to win some racing driving gloves. So I didn't mean to say gloves. I meant to say gloves. And so there's still things going on in the auction that you can still get. Which I think is just fantastic that those guys have donated those items for the SSRI 24 Hours of Bathurst.
Right, so I know you mentioned the temperature going down there. It is from race start. We were at temperatures 24:30, so 24 ambient, 30 track temp. I believe that went up to 26:32. Now we're at 22:22, so we are seeing. Definitely quite a rapid temperature drop on the track side now. I don't know what the coldest it can get to on circuit, but I also wouldn't be surprised if the rain appears at some point overnight, because the wind's picking up. It's now 4 kilometers from the arriving from the southwest, moving northeast. It did just have a rapid change of direction because it was due directly north a second ago, but I think the more the wind picks up, the more likely we are to get changing conditions. So it's worth keeping an eye on that. But for now, everything is lovely and sunny and slightly overcast. But there you go. That's the shot. Beautiful.
What a great shot.
Sun hitting the dipper as we watch some cars go through a very awkward part of the track. You'll be able to see the different lines taken by all these cars as well. Unfortunately, though, we have just happened to jump onto a point where there aren't many cars going through, as there goes your race leader in the purple right now through the middle, having 3 following him in close succession, but unfortunately none of those are for position with him, at least. I don't know if they are for each other.
So maybe in about an hour or maybe 2 hours, the sun will really have set, and then we'll start seeing what's going to happen with those tyre temperatures and the track temperatures and stuff like that. So track temperatures and ambient temperature. We'll see how that progresses throughout the race.
Yeah, it'll keep coming down. If there's rain that comes, it'll just drop a little bit more as well.
Can you imagine the carnage if there's? Can you imagine the carnage there would be if there was rain? Because I mean, driving these on a tight, twisted track like that in the rain is going to be extremely difficult.
I'm not going to lie, I love this track in the rain. I think it's brilliant. I was doing some wet night practice yesterday, and the car felt perfect. It was lovely to drive.
It was stuck to the road. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah. The only time I'd ever have issues was into the cutting. That's the one where if you got some steering lock on while you're braking, the rear can get very light on you and want to overtake you, but everywhere else the car felt really good.
Well, this is another good battle we're watching here for the battle for 16th, with just 0.3 of a second in between the 101 BMW here and the 588 Aston Martin. Now that gap is down to a quarter of a second, 250 milliseconds. So he might have a go here up into turn 2 if he's got the pace, depending on how strong this feeling the car is.
Two were close to a scrapping with their teammates just beforehand. This was Oliver's. This is Ollie's teammate Aaron in the car ahead.
Right, yeah.
So both drivers switching out, new ones coming in, and the battle resumes, which is always what you like to see.
Yeah, we
No matter
like
who's
a
in the
close
car, the
battle.
battle continues.
Yeah, oh yeah. Should we do I know in some of the other streams I used to do, and it being in the commentary booth, would it be a good idea to, well, not necessarily now, but on the air every hour, do a race rundown? We used to do, I did that a couple of times in one of the other races, where we just sort of go through the race order at that hour kind of thing. We used to do.
I mean, we did just do something of the sort, but we can again on the 17-hour mark in race. But I'll probably be moving on then. I'm not planning on sticking around too much. I'd like to get a little bit of contact. Oh, it's just as everything seems a bit calm. We get a little bit of side by side. Broghammer there. I'm not sure who the contact was with. Was it Moses? I think it was. Thankfully, both of them stay out the wall, and I think that's the RNE car of Jonas Hackler trying to make his way back up through the field, just taking advantage of that and getting a lap back on one of them. Now looking to try and do the same on the number 8 Ferrari. And there's us just in front, actually, the 990 Snack and Sons car, my car. So it's getting a bit busy, actually. Half the fields look like they're all around here in Sector 2 at the minute.
Yeah. There's a lot of, and you can see the gaps on the map too that are starting to create.
If you could pit and find yourself in a gap right now, that'd be great. But
right, yeah.
Unfortunately, there isn't much use or help doing that, to be honest, because you limit your stint timer, and it means you probably end up having to get an extra pit. So you just want to maximize your stint timer every time you can.
Yeah.
Either dictates otherwise.
And let's have a quick look at what's going on in the YouTube call. In the YouTube, there is somebody doing their very first endurance race, even though their team is P39. We're still good to what the goal is, and that's came from Hypo Ants. You're doing congratulations on your first endurance race. Hope everything goes well for you.
We see the 68 BMWs stayed in the pits, so that 889 car gets itself another spot, now up to 38. We did see the 68 have a big incident at the dipper, so maybe drivers just needing some time out. We'll see if they decide to get back into it. Hopefully they do. It's always nice to have more cars than less.
Yes. A nice big field.
In the meantime, they seem to be taking a little bit of time off to possibly just gather themselves.
It looks like the 26th place car from Nemo Zura in the number 10 Ferrari has got a 10-second penalty for something that we haven't seen. Not sure what that's for. Or as he clips the wall there.
This is a car that's been, in terms of speed, its base speed, it should be at the pointy end. It's had the
took the run off there.
Ages. As the Bentley behind did take to the escape road.
Tried to do the run off, yeah.
Got a little bit short, but trying to get a move here past the car ahead to get itself a lap back, I believe, is this number 10, Eric Niemzura. Goes up the inside.
Goes side by side.
Problem with running.
Oh, and there's contact there.
We're okay.
Yeah.
All is good. The cars survive.
Just a quick hit
Yellow
check.
flag flag on the first corner, actually. That's interesting. Number 8.
Where
getting
are they?
flashed up on the map. They're They're not anywhere on screen as it stands.
Yeah, they should be coming up there shortly. Well, the leader is actually behind them. So we're actually coming up on the leader there too, so that might have hampered him a little bit. I'm not sure.
The 8 was Broghammer, so Broghammer getting involved in an incident on the first corner. That's cost him 1 spot to Moses and possibly another, I'm not too sure. But unfortunate for them, they were very high up, but they slowly seem to be dropping back in as it stands. As Law getting very close now to Aaron Van Drunen. 3 or 4 laps he's been stuck right on the tail. Can he find the spot to make a move? He's getting
really deep into,
but needs to make sure he gets the exit. However, this kind of corner that's coming up after the long straight has only really got that inside line. If Aaron decides to defend, which he's actually not going to, I think he's had enough. Yeah. He's left the door open. Aaron's going to brake early here and just let the Aston Martin shoot through. That's my thinking. Actually, he's decided not to. Oh no!
He's put him in the wall, and he's flashing at him. He's not very happy about that.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. But to be honest, I don't think Aaron should have been competing for the corner. I think he just needed to lift and give the position up. If he's not going to defend it, you know that's just got one line in. You're always going to slip out wide on the outside. You don't need to push and defend there. Just let him through. If you're not going to defend, just let him go and move on with your race. I think that's it. Although, I don't know how the stewards will see it. Personally, I think it's silly from Aaron, no matter what the outcome is of who's at fault. I think he could have just backed out and gone on nicely. But it's a painful one there, and hopefully he's not too damaged. As we actually see Manuel coming in, Broghammer, after that incident on the first corner. He's gone for a lap around and now he's into the pits, so I wonder if that's actually damaged his car or if that's just coincidental that he's into the pits after that incident. Anyway, I'm probably going to take my leave as it stands now. I want to have a check-up on the team, see how they're doing, and probably actually go to bed. I am shattered, so I'm surprised. I'm actually tired, but it would be good for me to get some sleep now because I'm expected to be up at 4 in the morning.
You got a long night ahead. Yeah, of course. Yeah, holy moly.
So as always, thank you everyone for having me. I hope you enjoyed my time in here. I had a great time, and thanks Tom and Chris for the stream as always, and donate, guys, donate. It's all for charity, all for a bit of fun. So have a great time with the stream. I hope you enjoy it, and you'll catch me in the car tomorrow morning if you're still watching. So I'll catch you all then. See you guys.
Yeah. So, with 17 hours and 12 minutes left of the 24 hours of Bathurst, it's me, Lloyd Rowe, and some of the other people in the commentary booth. We will get other people coming in, but for right now, it's going to be me, Chris, and Tom here. Oh, Tom is on cameras at the moment, so this race is for the 24 hours of Bathurst trophy, and we are doing it to donate to the Christie charity, which is a fantastic charity who've let us into their heart and the heart of racing. So we're trying to do as much as we can for those guys. So what we'll do is we'll give a rundown of what's going on the track and going over to the donations and stuff like that here shortly. So for recent donations is Tom Vandermeer, who donated €25. Thank you, Tom. Patrick Prince, one of our very own commentary team, put in $20. Thank you, Patrick. Netherlands Online Racing have donated $10. Mark Cornwell's donated $10. And Lisa and Simon there, whoever you are, thank you so much for your $20 donation towards the Christie charity. And as it stands at this moment in time, we've made $2,256 pounds and 0.8 cents. I don't know who put in 0.8 cents. But that is 53% of the total we would like to try and donate for the charity. So if you do have money in your bank account that you can spare, please do donate it, as some of the others have done. It would be much appreciated. I mean, what a fantastic charity to do, to work for, and actually be able to have the privilege of being able to work with these guys. So, and it is all in honour of Gareth P. Longdon. So if you do know Gareth and you know why we're doing it in his honour, then please do reach out in the comments in the YouTube section and let us know here in the commentary booth for today. So I'm just looking over some of the stuff that's been talked about in the YouTube comments section. So if you are, if there is something you would like to see, or somebody you would like, a certain person you would like us to look at, please do let us know in the comments below. And somebody wants to know when we're going to get more singing. I'm afraid they're tagging, that's not my department. I just do chatting and commentary. As we see the leader, Thomas, going through the chase down, chasing people down. And what I didn't know was also he's actually doing this solo for 24 hours. So he's going to take as he goes up the track and just drops a tyre into the track there. So we know that fatigue might be starting to set in, even though there's still 17 hours left to go. Chris, was you going to ask me something? No? Was it Tom? Never mind. Trying to see if there's any online battles. Let's see. What? Oh yeah, it says there are also some controller users out here doing 24 hours of racing. That might be a bit more challenging with the controller. As we go on board with our very own here in Millport, Moorfield in the 990 Nissan. He looks like he's about 18 seconds behind 8th position, which is the 95 BMW. So he's still got a long way to go. I'm sure he'll be able to catch up that time again to make sure that he puts himself in the top 10 or go further up the order. Because there is well over 40 cars on track, so it's hard to keep up with absolutely everything. But if you haven't looked at the auctions yet, just to promote those, if you do see the QR code on screen, do scan it and try and give some money, or even go and do a bid for one of the auction items, which I think I might be doing, because there is some Daytona racing gloves from one of the more pro level sim races, and having a good pair of racing gloves so when you're in the cockpit is also premium, as I like to say. Having that extra grip, because some of the direct drive wheels that are on sale today, like the Simcube that was sold, as far as I was told, was sold at one of the auctions, which is a value of $1,400 from the country I'm in. But to get that at a discounted price is absolutely brilliant. Plus, it's for charity as well, so it's also a great thing. So it does look like they've also got that Nissan repaired also too. So it doesn't look like in too bad a shape. There might be a few more scratches on it, but it does look a bit heroic after doing 6.5 hours around these tracks. So the level of concentration that the drivers need to have is immense. But there's a long way left to go yet in the 24 hours of Bathurst, and I am actually in the commentary booth by myself. So if there's anything that you guys would like to see, any car numbers that you'd like to have a look at, please do let me know. And if you look on the screen, there is the Simsport auctions, and here's some of the rundown of there. 45-minute session full with a D-box motion. If you've ever used any of the DOF simulators, should we say, even if you watch a YouTube video about it, they look absolutely awesome. And so there is a 45-minute session. There's 3 45-minute sessions. You also can get a Michael Thomas, who is the leader at the moment in the Aston Martin, a 2-hour coaching session from him, so that you could be up there battling with him on some later events. I think that would be also a really good thing to go and have a go at. There's the Indy Duarte 24-hour winning signed gloves, which are currently going for $75. Now, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't mind me a pair of 24-hour Daytona gloves worn on Daytona. Like, that sweat from the hands will transpire into your hands and make you faster. From what I've heard. No, that's just a joke, everybody. But there's also a Puma Speed Pro signed Porsche Works, signed by the Porsche Works driver Joshua Rogers. And they are a specific size, so you have to make sure they're the correct size of shoe. But they're going, the current bid is $120 for some race spec Joshua Rogers shoes. That would be nice too. They look pretty good if you like it, the racing shoes. And there's also some Sim Controller monthly subscriptions that are done up for auction as well. So there's quite a lot there to even look at. I mean, there's some really good prices there too. Like a 45-minute session in a full motion D-box sim rig would be absolutely epic, because you'll be thrown around in that. And I'm not sure if any of the guys are using those kind of stuffs for this race, but that would be crazy. You know, how much undulation is it, and how much you go over the hills and everything in this course. You're going to really feel that through the depth of, through the DOF system. As we see the pink Mercedes trying to put a move on through turn 2, he's going side by side with the BMW. Well, what a great cause it is for the charity, the Christie charity. Always try and donate to charity. It's always such a good thing. As we see this battle going through the tighter section of the racetrack, let's see if we can maintain that gap between him and the BMW in front of him. And it looks like we have F Happy. He's in the pits there after being 54 laps down. So he's still got a lot of work to do to catch those back up. So he's probably on lap 120. Or just about 100, whatever that is. But it looks like he's got a good slipstream down on the back straight away, over the hill. He might be able to put a move on this BMW here. I think he's going to go dive down the inside. Oh, he's off! He spun it! It's spinning! Oh, wow, and he still gains the position. He still gained the position there for a second. You won't see nothing else like that in any of the sports. Did a quick pirouette. Got off the track with his right side tyres and spanned the pink Mercedes around 360 degrees, and there was still no contact. I can't believe that. Unbelievable car control. Moving up the field to the battle for 17th place, which is now only half a second between N. Callius in the 91 Porsche and von Lichtenstein. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. in the 943 Aston Martin. Now, it does look like he's got a good run down here on that Porsche. Firing down the back straight, over the hill. Once again, as he sends it all the way around the outside, giving him maximum effort. And up went hard onto the brakes into the left-right chicane. And back down towards the start-finish straight. What a great move there. 4th position. As we go to a still shot with no cars on it. But there will be coming cars. There will be cars coming through this entire section. And if you look to where the cars are going, there's a spinner. There's a yellow flag. Last turn. It's Van der Linden in the 65 McLaren had a bit of a spin there right at the end of the raceway. That will hamper his, and it also looks like he's got some damage on that wing there too. It's a bit crooked, so he might be. Oh, and he's got some damage there. So he'll be probably having to pit to get that fixed. That might pull him back a little bit further. That's unfortunate there. But that last corner was a very tricky one. And if you get in the power too early, you will end up spinning all in the outer wall there. And that will compromise your whole back straightaway speed all the way down that hill. And so, as you can see, that first BMW, who was actually I think it was different to Baz there, that is sort of that runoff area there can be used if you're if you take that first left-hander over the top of the hill a bit too narrow, and you find yourself, oh, there's more damage here. More damage for the 131 BMW driven by Patrick Bleasters of DCM Sim Racing. Looks like he has hit the wall or something like that, but he decided to carry on. It looks like he's got a bit of damage on the front there, which will probably slow him down, I would imagine. I'm not too sure. But he decided to stay out and not get that fixed. That's okay. Their choice, I suppose, you know. But it does look like he's being gained by the car behind him. So we might lose some pace down there from that Aston Martin. We might even see another move there on the front straddle. Another car in the pits there, the number 69 Bentley, driven by RJ Cooper. This might be a scheduled pit up. Or it might be a driver change, you never know. That is a very nice livery right there too. And that's a number 11 BMW of A. Richardson there, trying to battle with that other BMW behind him. I'm not sure what was it. That might be De Jong in the 95. Can't really see the numbers on it, that's okay. But he's firing through the up section of the racetrack, which is the most tricky section of the race, up the hill. And as we go on board with Richardson to see him fire through those really tricky sectors and a good bonnet cam. Now this is the toughest section, 11 through 17. It's a right, left, right, as fast as you can, really getting down into the corners before you head down to the last couple of corners there. And this one here is also more of a difficult corner because you're braking downhill, so you also have to be very mindful of where you have to bring your braking point forward a little bit as you're braking downhill. But then you do get spat out and catapulted almost down the back straight away, as long as you get a good exit there. So it looks like he's about 9-10 seconds off a 22nd place there. So he is chasing a McLaren of the 189 McLaren driven by B. McConnell. So he's got his work cut out there. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 24 hours of Bathurst. Welcome to the 24 hours of Bathurst from Simsport Racing International. And if you haven't donated to the Christie charity yet, that's okay. You've got 16 hours, 58 minutes to do so. We'd love to see some more donations because we are only about halfway. So scan the QR code and give them some money, even if it's only a little bit. Just to say, hey, we love you and we are here for you. Excuse me. But there's a really long way left to go. 17 hours left of racing left to go yet. And anything can happen. Absolutely anything. So, we're on board with the 30th position. Who's down there in the bells of the lower regions of racing drivers. And it's actually driven by a mogul, the 127 BMW. Which looks great. That's a very nice looking livery right there. Nice and simple, bit of colour on it. But in front of him, you can see another few cars there in front of him arguing over space. So let's see how that develops. And there is a move there in front of him too, so he'll be trying to overtake. And there's a few cars dancing around ahead of him. That might help him. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Oh no, what's going on here? The 204 Mercedes has span up in the upper regions of the mountain, and it looks like he's gotten along his way, and it doesn't look like there's any damage, so he might have just dropped a wheel there. That's lucky for him to get out of that. Now we're on board with the 78 Lamborghini, who's currently running in 4th place, and the car in front of him, that red Ferrari, the 99 Ferrari, is driven by Wilmot, and this is the battle for 3rd. This could get quite spicy here, I think, as the Lamborghini gets a great run off the back corner. He might try and send it down in there, depending whether we can gain some ground there on Wilmot in the 99 Ferrari, but it doesn't look like he's close enough, so he might just be trying to size him up. And that looks like a double brake from the Ferrari there, braking twice into corners, never a good thing, as his brake lights flash on and off. It's a very close battle. This is for a podium too, so this is where the recognition is for being such a fast driver. But as we know, those Lamborghinis do have, that Lamborghini is a really, really fast car. And Frederickshire behind him is only about 15 seconds behind him. So if these guys were to get into a larger battle and keep battling for qualifying, that might help the other Lamborghini number 9 jump into this battle here and gain time on them. And there's also another battle behind them from D Hill in the number 70 car, as the 78 is trying to get down through the straightaway. Yes, there's another great battle here for the 70 car. See, they're still not out of it. They're not that far behind. David Hill there. I was going to say Damon Hill. It's D Hill, but he's not we have Damon Hill in our racing league, but it would be nice to have him, I suppose. As they fire along the back straight, I don't think he's got enough to catch the Bentley. That Bentley is a bit of a tank, and he's the profile of the car, as we've talked. And as we go for the friends, probably the next series of events. Oh, sorry, I see the memory. Thank everyone. With the 113 BMW fighting for 20 plus. This is a very tight car. It looks like and damage. So that might be hampering their aero, maybe, I'm not sure. But they are quite tight now, and there might be a move coming up here really shortly to see if those guys can get past each other for the battle for 20th place. And he's actually left the door open there, and he's let them have a run all the way down through Forest Green Kink Well, they're almost very, very close. And don't forget that black Lamborghini. Was that black McLaren? Black McLaren McLaren behind them, slicing and dicing down the back straight, trying to gain position here. And that move is done by the black McLaren. He might even have a go here too, tight on the inside. But the BMW Blisters closes the door. No, you will not go by me. But 189 McLaren there is looking mighty spicy, and there's a battle here now. 3-car battle for 20th position. So that's going to develop really well. And it does look like there's damage on both of those BMWs. So don't know how that might come into the next series of pit stops, because they might need to get that fixed. I'm not sure if that has any correlation to what the cars look like while they're on track, whether it actually sort of resets the cosmetic damage, so to speak. But we know in real life they would just shut the bonnet, stick a hammer to it, and they'd be off they go. Now the battle for 14th and 15th, 13th and 14th, excuse me, with the number 8 Ferrari and the 588 Aston Martin of C. Law. As we get another beautiful shot of the Mount Panorama Bathurst countryside, with the sun setting at 7:27 or 7:30-ish local time, and the ambient the track temperature and the air pressure is actually coming down step by step, as we was talking about earlier on. Will the track grip up more? Oh, and this is a move for position. For the battle for 13th between Gallas has overtaken Law in the 588 Aston Martin, and he looks like he's got that move done. So he'll be well on his way. But it does look like he's 2 laps down from the next position, which is the 23 McLaren. But there's still quite a long time left to carry on and wage war with the other drivers along the track, as we see another move along that straight with Nunez and Wilmot having another go. Oh, they're really close there. And it's surprising how close the top 4 drivers are probably on pace, but how close they are on the track, even after 6.5-7 hours of driving. So there might be another good that they have another good chase down the back straight away there. Sorry, I missed talking about that, and Tom, sorry about that. What the other what the other races are coming up. So I believe it's Zolda is the next race. As we go back to the Nunez-Wilmot battle for the podium. And I don't think this one is over by any means, because that Ferrari is mighty quick, as is the Lamborghini. As we see him firing up through the tunnel section. A lot of undulation in the suspension there, and he's gone wide. The Lamborghini has gone wide, and that might hamper him a little bit there. That's him pushing as hard as he can, giving it absolutely everything through this section to try and keep pace with the Ferrari, so they can put a move on him, the dipper, which is where we're coming up to now. They'll get really tight on the wall and get a great exit. Oh, he oversteered there a little bit, so he's lost a lot of momentum there, trying to give it absolutely everything, because he's fighting for the podium. Now he has dropped back. That has cost him about 0.2 of a second, maybe even 0.3. That small error, and when they will start creeping in now, the sun is going down and the light starts to fade here at the 24 Hours of Bathurst. But there's still 16 and 3/4 hours left yet, so there's still a lot of time for this battle. They might be at it for quite some time. So now that gap has dropped now to about 7/10. So it might take him a lap or two to get back, as we witness Daniel Higgins coming out of the pit lane in the 990 Nissan. Sorry about that. So he's actually getting back up to pace now, as the Lexus is trying to get by him. I think that is the Soul Lexus. There he goes. So he still seems like he's running slow. He has just come out the pits, so it'll probably take him a lap or two to get back up to racing speed, get their tyre temperatures up a little bit. And that's one of our very own Nissan GTRs, which is also one of my favourite cars of all time when I was growing up, was the Nissan GTR. Just because of the look of the vehicle, it looks cool. That's just my prerogative. I like those kind of nice looking cars, irrelevant if they drive well or not. A lot of action here in the S's section here. Very, very close battle now between the 990 and the cars in front of him and the cars behind him. BMW is awfully close. So there might be some moves here down this back straight away. A lot of slipstreaming going on. Moves down there. The Lexus there is overtaking McLaren. And the BMW there is past. Now he should be up to racing temperature there, as that lap car gets out of the way. Thank you, lap car. And just to answer some more questions from the YouTube stream, I don't do singing. I can, if you guys want to sing song. I don't have much voice on me at the moment because I've been talking for so long, so that's okay. I don't think I'll be doing any of that unless requested. As we see the move for the inside from the 95 BMW over. Oh, and he's hung it out wide. That might mess him up for this. Oh, more cars off track. Just witnessing. And this is where the tiredness starts to jump in, as some of the lights start coming on for the night shift drivers to start driving. It does look like there's some more light on, but it's only 7:30 p.m. so it might get, the ambient temperature might get a bit dark. You never know. And as you can see, as you witness around the track, there's a lot of track debris. So if you get offline as you're battling hard to me, you might get a bit of pickup on your tyres, which will need scrubbing off, of course. So that might take a lap or two to get those tyres cleaned up. They do that in real life. I'm not sure how it is in the sim, but apart from that, what a big race to watch. As you can actually see him hitting the floor there, that's how low the cars are set up for. He's actually setting sparks off, or it looked like a spark at least, off the bottom of the race car in that Lexus. And this is a battle for 26th position from the 415 Lexus, which does have another nice livery on it. That pink and blue fade is quite nice. But these guys are actually racing for position. As we go through the chase, and everything still looks clean there, so I think he still needs to be a bit closer, maybe another 10th or two, to be able to put a good move on it, a move on full position there. And what a great view of the Mount Panorama Bathurst circuit, all the way from Skycam, or Blimp Cam I would say it's called, as the cars are. Look at the grounds they have there too. Like, there's a lot of parking, a lot of free parking there. And as the paddock is full, as we witnessed the cars going round for another 16 and a half hours almost. And this is Richardson? Yes, this is a battle for 22nd. That is Richardson in the number 11 BMW. He's only about 3/10 behind Hoffman's in the 188 BMW. That's the one with the damage on the front, as you can see. Followed closely by a Ford Mustang. So let's see if he tries to put the move. He's going side by side with him. 4th position. Will he give it up? Yes, he has. Thought I might have seen a switcheroo there. Him sending it back to the inside, and that Ford Mustang has gone wide in the back shot there. But Richardson has got the move done, and he is up into 20-something place. 20th. 22nd. Now up into 22nd. See. Nobody. I'm just trying to wonder how many retirements we've had so far after this amount of racing. Yes, you can definitely start to see the headlights coming on. Well, he's right up on that bumper there, Richardson was, as he's trying to gain some time away from Hoffman's, just to give himself a little bit of breathing room, but that might be harder than what you think it is because of the section of the track that we're in. But this is, I would think, generally where you would gain the most time in the corners, but not necessarily on the straights if you're racing a faster person. And you can see the gap building now. He's now built up to half a second. As he goes wide, as Hoffman goes wide, that might not be very good for him. He just dropped a wheel there out of lack of concentration, maybe. Just him trying to push too hard, trying to catch Richardson in the number 11 BMW. And there's a very much bigger gap there building. More moves, and I believe that might be the leader, Mike Thomas, behind him. Actually coming to lap him? No, it's not. Sorry, it's a very similar looking one. As we do go on board with him. Now for a pit stop. Van Duren in the 101. He's actually pitting. So a flurry of pit stops there. Now, our one and only Lexus, the 415, driven by Mecklenburg? I hope I'm saying that right, everybody. Maybe I should donate every time I missay somebody's name. Well, hopefully he won't be doing too much of that. But we're here with the 24 hours of Bathurst. Live for 24 hours until we see a winner emerge. A hero in the night. And at this moment in time, it's Michael Thomas. Driving the 528 Aston Martin. And he's done 215 laps. So to do that solo is incredibly difficult. The amount of focus he must have going and doing that amount of time in one car by himself. I mean, I would need somebody in my house to keep bringing me coffee throughout the night, as I'm sure he does. Flying down the back straight in towards the chase, picking up some of these back marker BMWs, and the 73 back markers sort of got in his way there, but he's safely around him. And that's him just lapping more cars at a high pace. And his last lap, it might give us his last lap. His last lap was a 201.4, and his best is a 2 minute dead 08. So he's only about a second, or 3/4 of a second slower than his best lap. So him maintaining that what I like to call race pace is having a good, solid, consistent race pace is why he's in the lead and having good race car pace as well. But from what I'm hearing, the Aston Martins are actually getting a resurge because we also see one in 7th place and 10th and 14th and 15th. So there's quite a few more of them now up in the upper top 20 drivers when you really see that. What you don't see a lot of is actually, let me have a quick look, what you don't see a lot of is Bentleys. There's not many Bentleys in the top 10. There's one in 11th. But, and also Lamborghinis. You don't see many Lamborghinis, apart from the top 2, which must be more of a driver's car, maybe. But DC was on board with the highest placed Bentley? No, we're not. On 18th place Bentley. We do love a good on board because the other thing that I never really realised until we got this shot right here is there's different sides of the cars that people might prefer to drive on. Now, in America, obviously, we have left-hand drive cars, so for me, it's easier to drive a left-hand drive car around an anti-clockwise circuit. Anti-clockwise. So some people, or people in England, might find it easier to drive with a right-hand side car on an anti-clockwise circuit because they can know when they're closer to the walls on exit, for example. So it's knowing how far the distance is between you and the side of the wall, for example. But he seems to be firing along epically, and he's actually 11th place. And he's just a few seconds behind the 55 McLaren. So he is actually the top Bentley at the moment. So he's doing great in his manufacturer battle, should we call it, against all the other Bentleys. So, and it is, I'll tell you, it is quite a nice looking paint job there as it gets loose on the exit. And we have a car around. The 91 Porsche 911 is stuck, I believe. Oh no, can he get it going again? Oh no, it looks like there's some damage there. And hopefully he doesn't. Yes, he has actually been able to get it back round. So he's actually took a spin. The number 91, driven by Nulis Celsius from the Porsche team. And he's down there in 17th place. Had a bit of a tumble there. But it looks like he has got going again, so he won't have to lose any time having to go to the pits or anything like that. So that's always good. You always want to minimise the error time, is what I like to call it. So when you are minimising error time, you've also got to think as fast as you can, get down the gears, get into reverse, make sure there's nobody coming, try and get going as fast as you can. But you also got to watch out for your tyres and if they're too hot and everything like that. So next couple of laps might be a bit more difficult for him. Obviously after having a spin. Tom, do you have comms, or are you just on cameras? That was a quick question I wanted to ask Tom Leeds, one of the producers here, the cameraman. Oh, okay, no problem. So I can ask information then if I needed information. Oh, okay. So we do have that's great. I hope I'm doing okay. I hope I'm sort of trying to keep up with everything. And I don't commentate very much. So, but the lads put out the call, hey, we need people to commentate on the race. We only have a select few people who actually like talking about racing in general, which I do. I will sit there and actually watch the WEC series, the World Endurance Championship, and I'll watch it for hours and hours and hours. As we see a move there, on or a failed move maybe. Oh, and he is flashing. It's between the 127 BMW and the 19 Ferrari driven by Nade Shoko. I hope I pronounced that one right. That's another penny in the swear jar for getting somebody's name wrong. But it looks like he's got that move done on the BMW. So it looks like he will be chasing him. and it does look like he's got a long slipstream, and he might be driving towards the inside. No, he holds back, he closes the door on him. As we power up the hill and get a great view of the rear cam of the number 19 car, firing through it. It's a different view there, that is. I like that view, it's a good one. And that just to see how close these guys are going to get through that section there. And you can actually see, if you look at the BMW, you can see the undulation and how much the suspension moves through this entire section. Like, there's a lot of up and downs, a lot of hard cornering, a lot of full speed. And so obviously you will see errors, like you'll see the front end wash away where the drivers are trying to control the car. And obviously coming down the hill like that, it's a scary thought to see those guys firing down as fast as they can and into the final, into the, I'm calling the left, sorry, into the dipper and firing back there. But it does look like that gap has now increased a little bit, so he has pulled away a little bit through that top section, which is, I think, is the more make or break section there through the S's. If you can carry a lot of speed through there, you can have a better lap. So it looks like that move is done. It looks like they're puttering along really well there. The number 19 black Ferrari. It's a shame they don't have the number on the side, because I can't really see the numbers of the race car there. I know in real life they have to always have a number visible on the side of the car for race control and the stewards, of course. And of course, for safety, you can't just say, hey, that black Ferrari's dead again. No, we can't say. We have to put a number to them. But that's okay here in the 24 hours of Bathurst, with 16 and a half hours left to go. Now let's do a quick update on the on penalties. Now it looks like, from what I can see on my screen, the number 75 Ford Mustang has a 15-second penalty, and D. Higgins in the Nissan 90 has just picked up a drive-through penalty, which I believe he just served. 15-second time penalty for car 75, an unsafe rejoin with car 78 on lap 177. So the stewards are out there looking busy, making sure those, making sure that the drivers are all being safe. And we also have a drive-through penalty for car 990, which we just talked about, for causing a collision with car 92 on lap 166. That's why he's got that drive-through. And also, Nate Shoka, who we've been covering for the last few minutes in the 19 Ferrari, has also got a drive-through penalty as well, which is for an unsafe rejoin with car number 68. Which is car number 68, which is down in 38th place, so 6 places behind him and a few laps behind, might I add. And that's causing the collision or an unsafe rejoin, which we have to tell you off for that. No more doing that. That's why the stewards are there. So we'll see how that plays out, because if we did make contact with a 68 car of that BMW, that might, I'm not sure how much further he's going to drop down the order to compensate for the penalty, because the 38 car, the 68 car has been put further back. That might be because of errors and stuff, but as we see it move on the back straight. Oh, did he body check him over? Hasn't gone down into the chase, the left and right of the chase. And there's more action here. Oh, this guy. Is it? The 95 sends it down the inside of the 73 car. But that looks like he's just a lap car, because 73 has a Mercedes chasing him, and that's not a Mercedes. That's the best way I can see. But hopefully, if he can try and stay with these guys and keep their pace for as long as he can, that might put him into a better position in track terms. And then it also seems that the track temperature is still going down. We are now at 20 degrees temperature and 20 degrees track temperature. As race control let us know, there's a 10-second time penalty for car 33 for causing a collision with car 11 on lap 169. So these stewards are catching up with the penalties. Obviously, it will take time for them to review it and go over everything. And we also get another time penalty, for a 10-second time penalty for car 21. And that's another causing a collision with 180 and lap 171. So they're about 6 or 7 laps behind on the penalties. Race control, 10-second time penalty for car 724, causing a collision with car 65 on lap 189. As the 73 BMW tries to let through some of these cars, trying to stay neat and tidy. What's that? Sorry, my producer, who just talked to me, said something. That was the last penalty that was given. Right, okay. That's 5-second time penalty for car 588. Aggressive driving with car 101 on lap 193. That might be interesting to see. Aggressive driving, and maybe a bit of bump and run, maybe, or something like that. Or not leaving us enough space or something like that. I don't know what that penalty would be given out for, but it's been given, and so that is one of those things. As we move to probes, the 588, number 588 Aston Martin has been given a 5. That's one of those 5-second penalties, but he's battling with that McLaren there as he goes wide. Commentators curse. He sort of took to the off-road there because he took too much speed into the corner there. So it looks like some of the people in the top 10 have got those drive-through penalties as the board has been updated. So 7th and 8th have both got 10-second time penalties. So it'll be fun to see how they deal with that as a team, whether it be tacked on and the next driver is going to be 10 seconds further behind them. As we watch the number 8 Ferrari firing around the S's through 11 through 17, the left, right section of the track, which is incredibly difficult. What's that, sorry? Oh, he does have the fastest. Oh, Gallus has the fastest time. Do we know what time that is? Did we find out? I'm not sure. While we're waiting on them. So yes, it looks like Shula and Del Asus have both got 10-second time penalties. So Gallas has the fastest lap. That's what the purple indicates there. So the number 8 Ferrari is on a heater. He's actually trying to pick up places there, so he might be able to get into the top 10 in the next hour or two. So you never know. You never know what's going to happen. And it looks like Derek Hill there is in the pits, the number 70 McLaren. He's taking. What's that? 5, 6. Number 567. Okay, so I'm just hearing that it's a 2-minute fastest lap, 0.5 a second. So 2.00.5 is for us layman's, so to speak. So 2 minutes flat, 0.5 a second. That's the fastest lap on the circuit at the moment. So we never know when that might be broken again. But that Ferrari seems like a very, very quick car. So you can see him getting loose through that section there. Now this is a really tough sector. There are some big bounces there that really sort of upset the handling of the car as it fires through on his way to the dipper. Hard on the brakes, down the gears, full steering lock as he tries to get a great exit there as he comes through Forest Green and down the straightaway. And if you are just tuning in, we are doing this 24 hours of Bathurst race for the Christie charity, so please do make sure that you are donating. And since we last spoke about it, we've gone up another 1%. So Pike has made a £15 donation, Tom Van Dier has made a €25 donation, Patrick Prince made a $20 donation, Netherlands Online Racing made a $10 donation, Mike Caldwell has made £50 donation. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and everybody who's made donations to the Christie charity. What a fantastic bunch of people you are to give your money to charity and be able to take part in this epic event of the 24 hours of Bathurst. As we go back to the onboards, and we see the 20th place car F. Bergkamp in the 81 Honda firing down the back straight. See what happens here. This is a battle for 30th place between Van der Vaart, who's 3/10 behind this McLaren of Besting. Let's see if we give him space first. So the number 18 there, really battling further, the top 30 positions out of 45 people. That's well up the order. Very close side by side. He might not have known he was there. Round turn 2 as the Lexus keeps his position. And there's also another car there. Is that another fast McLaren there? The number 415 Lexus is holding off Beslink in the number 18 McLaren, which might be that black and green one there, I believe. Or at least that's what it looks like. There's not much of a gap there. Although he's actually 2 McLaren there, so it might be the rear McLaren, I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't really see the numbers of the number letter in the car, but that's okay. It is the second one there. So I think that other McLaren there is actually of McConnell in the 189, who's actually 18. Yes, I think it is the 189. So he should get a good slipstream now from the from the Lexus, and he might be able to push past him and open up a gap so that other McLaren can still battle with that Lexus. And that's a big slide there through the chase. And he gets off that corner also. He has a lot more pace. That 189 car, 189 McLaren has a lot more pace than that Lexus there. And he will slowly start to pull away. Now, as for the 18, there's still only 3/10, so he's still close enough to try and take 29th position away from the Van der Vaart in the 415 as they power down the straightaway. What a great cockpit view we got right there. Let's take the board for a whole lap and see what transport we can stay on that for a whole. Please, is what I'm asking, sorry. Trying to get down into that corner as much as you can. You can see the undulations in the track and how much the drivers are having to work that wheel, searching for grip as we come through. This is one of the worst sectors. I mean, they're all so close here. They have to get right up to the wall on every single apex and exit. And it looks like he's actually lost a little bit of room there in that faster set, in that twisty section. You can see the undulation in the car, how much it moves around and how much control you have to have over the steering. Down into second, up into third to get you to catapult you around these corners. And this is the dipper here. Let's see if he gives a good drive off that last corner, which I don't think he does. So I think he's just struggling for that extra bit of pace to get get the move done. And this goes back to the left-hand, right-hand drive scenario. It's one of those things that some people I think about anyway. Like if I was in a left-hand drive car, it's harder to take right-hand turns because you have to gauge where the bumper is or where the apex is more. That's my own personal thing. But what a great battle here that we have as they see the Lexus is firing out the exhausts when he's downshifting into the last corner there. So 16 hours 15 minutes left to run yet in the 24 hours of Bathurst. Laps for life with the Christie charity, and there's a lot of racing left to do. Yeah, my voice is going hoarse already. And as we watch the 943 taking a pit stop there, and it looks like D Hill has actually got a place from De La Souce, who's got that 10-second time penalty, so that has come into play in the battle for 7th. Oh, and there's a car gone wide at the last corner there. The 204 McLaren got loose. Mercedes got loose. As we see Martin Moses pit. And he's 12th. Yeah, so still no rain or dew or anything on the board yet. Still at track temperature 20 and 20, so we're still waiting for that. So it's 8 o'clock too. It's going to get cold now. It's going to get cold in the next hour or two, but that might even drop down. I'm not sure how low it actually goes in the sim, so to speak. But as we go on board with our very own Oliver Anderson, as he's firing around in his BMW 101, trying to get into the top 10. And we was talking to him earlier on, and he has great inputs, and that BMW is still looking mighty clean at the moment after we've had some moments. There's a lot of moments actually in the whole race. So as he's coming down to the left-handed in the chase, and so he's actually chasing the Bentley, I think, ahead of him. BMW in front of Oliver here isn't part of the equation. So he is chasing that BMW, that Bentley there. Excuse me, if I can get my names right, might be nice. Down into first. You have to get a really good exit of first gear, the first corner there. You can catapult yourself up this next straight away. But you can visually see the damage on the car in front of him there. And he looks like he's got a big smile on his face as well. Like he's a happy fella there. Being here in the 24 hours of Bathurst, it's a long endurance event, so you might as well try and smile for as much as you can. Well, the blue flags are being shown, and they don't really, in this particular race, in the mountain section, which is the tight, twisty section at the top, blue flags don't really matter because you do have to stand the race line. If you can let somebody by, do it safely, of course. But not much of a steering input from Oliver too. If you look at how much he's turning the steering wheel, the fastest people turn the wheel less and use their feet to turn the car. That's what we were talking about earlier on. So with that being said, he's really got the hammer down now. And if he gets a good exit here, he might be able to get... Oh, that Bentley. Oh, no, he span! He's too aggressive on the throttle there and takes a hit to the wall, Oliver, just as we was talking about it, and he has hit the last turn dipper, and that has set him back a little bit. I think he's okay. It doesn't look like he has any issues apart from the Porsche 911, and there's a massive off for Oliver as he gets body checked from a Porsche 911. I don't know, and he's still having issues there. So keep it straight there, Oliver. You'll be okay. Get back on track and keep going. Whereas that Porsche has actually come off a lot worse. He's right at the back there. What a crash. So they've gone through the kink side by side, and one hasn't given enough room for the other, and they've collided. And that Porsche is now actually going to box, which is very unfortunate. It's a nice livery on that car too. I hate to see a dent on it, but he has decided to pit after that incident of the chase. There was just not enough racetrack. They're both arguing over racetrack there, so I'm not sure if that might be a penalty for the 101. And he has let that driver go down a few more places there, but we'll see what the stewards say about that one as we return to the 88 of M Royal, who's firing around the track up at the top section. That BMW, they're taking a lot of curb. See how much that, so you can see the sparks of how low that race car is. I think 11. They're not actually battling for position, I don't think, but they are 11th and 12th. 88, yes. M Royal, how are you guys doing over there? There's really not many people in the chat. So if there are any cars that you would like to see, as we just watch the 204 be as the 204 crashes, the 204 Mercedes driven by Acosta Anzo gets clipped and is in a very precarious position there in the tunnel section of the course. Might be good if I knew the names of the corners, but he's off, and there's another off in the chase. Everybody's coming off. The 113 BMW, driven by Van der Molen, a DC Sim Racing. Big shout out to those guys. You're out there doing great. He's in 21st position, and he has actually just come off and just spilled that car. And another, the pink Mercedes goes off as well. A lot of action just instantly started happening as soon as I look at the YouTube chat to answer any questions from anybody. Action all over the right track. Holy moly. And this is the Mike Thomas car? Yes, it is. So after 229 laps of the 24 hours of Bathurst, with 16 hours, 7 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, Michael Thomas is still in the lead. And you're here live with me, Lloyd Rowe, for the rest of the time until we can get somebody else in here to do some commentary for us, which is fine by the way. I mean, I'm perfectly okay standing here talking to you guys. Oh, not standing, but sitting at the 24 hours of Bathurst for the Christie charity event. We still haven't seen some of these pit stops, some of these what is it called? What am I talking about? The penalties being dished out. But this is our leader, 528 Aston Martin of Michael Thomas, as we see him firing along, looking at all these back markers, thinking, how am I going to get these guys in, and where can I pass them as we go down the back straight away towards the start straight finish. The chase, the right hand kink, the left hand 90 up and over a hill as that pink Mercedes. It just had another moment. Oh, and he just avoids Thomas there, going around the pink Mercedes. That was lucky. He just missed that one out. So I think he was actually trying to get out of the way of the leader. As I need to take a break, I need to use the bathroom. Again. So, after almost 6 hours, 7 hours, the rundown for the whole race is Michael Thomas in first. In second place, if you could go to second, is E. Kurbanov of the 406 Ferrari. In third place, we have G. Wilmot in the 99 Ferrari. Fourth, we have the Lamborghini of R. Nunez, the number 78 car. In fifth, we have Fredrickson in the number 9 Lamborghini. Sixth place, we have Kay Schuler, who has a 10-second time penalty in the 724 Aston Martin. And we have 7th place Hill in the number 70 McLaren. And in 8th place, there it is on the screen, it's quite a lovely paint job. Oh, we have that pink Mercedes has gone off track there as we're just doing the roundup for the hour, and he's in a lot of trouble there. So I think he's just trying to stay out of the way. He does have another car behind him coming up quite quickly, so he does get over and let the number 10 Ferrari get through, which is good sportsmanship there if he has an issue. And it looks like he does. He might have something wrong with the suspension, I don't know. But he has got his hazard lights on, so he must be indicating that he has a problem. And Kilmada has also got a 15-second time penalty in the Ford 75 car. But let's stay with the pink Mercedes here. His bonnet is obviously up, and he's had a bit of a hard time there. Something's happened there, I'm sure. But he is making a pit stop. So he's going to bring that Mercedes to pit road and have the engineers and the mechanics to look after it. So I'm just going to take a quick break here. Just while we're watching, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And a word from our sponsors.
Hey, I'm Josh Rogers, professional sim racer for Coanda Esports. First of all, I just want to say hello, well done to everyone competing in the Laps for Life race this evening. Everyone supporting the Christie charity. It's a fantastic cause going towards great things, and with all of your help and your commitment, we can really make a difference in this world. So thank you to everyone supporting it. I myself have donated a pair of my boots, which you can see on the auction website. All proceeds go to charity. It's a really cool pair. I signed them myself. They are new, so they're not smelly. Whether you're donating through general causes or through purchasing any of the items that have been offered up for the auction, it's greatly appreciated, and it's a real privilege to be able to be part of this and to be able to support where I can. So enjoy the racing tonight, enjoy the broadcast, and support where you can. I'm tuning in. See you later.
Hi endurance fans, good luck with today's Laps for Life 24-hour endurance organized by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your chance to own a unique piece of racing history. Go to the charity auction supporting the Christie charity on simsportracing.com and click on the auction button. So good luck, guys!
And we are back from the bathroom break, and a quick word from our sponsors. And I'd just like to say thank you to the Christie charity for making sure that we've all got a place to race, which is here at SSRI. But we do like supporting the Christie. I'm not sure how many years we've done this, but it's been quite a long time. As we go back to the pink Mercedes there, they look like it got going around again. But now we head to Dallas in the Nunes, pitting from third in the pits, and it looks like second place is in the pits too, or he's just leaving. So Nunes has about a 71-second differential between second place. Looks like 71 seconds behind. So he's not been quite lapped yet, so he's about half a lap behind him, but the leader has just gone by him, I think. So he's actually put a lap on second place now. So that's a 2-minute gap. So the 528 he's up on the first straightaway. As we go side by side, there's lots of battles here. And you can actually now see the darkness coming in. The lights are on and we are ready for the night shift. It looks actually darker on that screen than what it does in the sky, but it is only 8:15 at night, so it doesn't really, not like midnight when it's going to be the darkest, or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But there's still a long way to go. Anything can still happen. We're still sort of here monitoring with the SSRI commentary booth, still sort of seeing what's going on and where we can commentate on what's happening on the track as we go to the number 8 Ferrari. Oh wait, no. The 406 Ferrari, excuse me, of Kurbanov, who's 1 lap down, so he might have to chase he's still chasing the leader, but that's a pretty solid position as he gets loose on the entry to the chase as he goes past a BMW that is actually, looks like he might be wounded a bit. It's one of those broken BMWs that look a bit worse for wear after some incidents. But this is the 406, this is a second place car. They're chasing our I think that's Baz there in the number 18. He was actually chasing around there. But it's a very nice looking paint job. Look Up Oil, sponsored by. As we do break the 16-hour mark. 16 hours left of racing left to do, and the lights, every single half an hour, 20 minutes, you could see the steps of darkness coming back into the commentary booth here. You can see how, and it also looks like, are those clouds in the sky? Could they be rain clouds maybe? I don't know. And it looks like the wind has picked up to 6 kilometers an hour, so whatever's going to happen, it might be happening a bit sooner than what we might be thinking. So lots of battles on track there. This is our fastest man on track right now, only 6 tenths behind the guy in front of him, the battle for 12th. The number 23 Baranskis is in the car ahead in the McLaren, as we see them firing down the back straight. There might be a move here. He might go to the inside. He's going down the inside there, and he's got the move done. Oh, but he does run wide there, so it allows that McLaren back in a little bit. They're still there battling. He might send it down the inside. Oh, he decides against it and sort of tucks back in the battle for 12th. So I think it's still worth saying that there's still a move on here. It's still there. There's still a move on. If you can get a good exit to turn 1 and a good slipstream down the first straightaway, there might be a good chance here. But I think it's too far back. Been going a while now. I haven't had any lunch yet. But for me, in Southern California, it's only sort of 20 past noon. Yeah, half past 12. So There's still a lot. This is actually the fastest man on track. Now, it looks like he's actually gone up quite a few positions since he's been in that car, because he's really moving now. So he's only got about 4 seconds up till the next place car, which is the 88 Bentley, driven by El Mac. So we might not be too far off those guys too. So we've actually might be able to see him on the straightaway there. You might see a Bentley in the distance there, which you can, and that is 11th place, who he's chasing there. And the 11th place goes about 20 seconds, so there's still a large gap for him to get back into the top 10. As we see that Krogh, the number 14 car, has got a 5-second time penalty. Don't know what's that for. Maybe the stewards might be able to let us know about that 5-second time, or that might be a residual one. I think 5 seconds is a track limits violation. Maybe, I'm not sure. I have to ask this the producers and the stewards about that one. See if we can get that one put up on screen. Now it says overall that C. Vinnings is now in the lead, so Michael Thomas might be taking a break. So this might be the area where Michael Thomas and his team over there might lose time, maybe a little bit, because they do have a 1 second time deficit, a 1 lap time deficit, sorry. So they have lap second place, but I don't know how fast this Vinnings driver is, so he might start losing time to second. I don't think he will, but because he's got such a good pace, such a good gap to second, that he might not have to really even worry about it. So, but you can definitely see it getting darker, lap by lap now. And the wind has changed as well, so the wind is actually travelling in a different direction now. Some great shots we see here from the 24 Hours of Bathurst. Always good to see the SSRI guys given to charity, as we see Vinning flying around the track trying to get past one of these slower cars, but not making too much of an impact. Like the blue flags are probably shown for the Ford Mustang, but they're not really applicable to this area of the track, so he might step to the side right now, because this is the leader we're on board with. As they fire down the back straight, yes, he's going to get in there. So much pace in that Aston Martin there, that the Ford Mustang just pulls aside. Okay, boss, let's get going again. As he makes another overtake there. So we don't know how long he's going to be in for. We have done 235 laps so far. There's still a long way to go. We'll probably be in the 600 or 700 by the end of the race. And there's still a lot of racing left to go yet. Just checking everything that's going on here. We might actually lose time here. And this is on board with Mike Krogh in the 588. Aston Martin making a move, but he's the one with also a 5-second time penalty there too, so that must be for something. Don't know what that's for. Like I said earlier on, I think that might be a track limits violation, but it's okay. You're going to get those after racing for 24 hours. And the amount of focus that you actually have to have for that amount of time, even trying to keep focus for a 68-minute stint length is really difficult. So he must be really trying to push. So if you could do this whole race error-free, it's going to be impossible. You know, you're going to hit the wall sometime, you're going to run over the track limits, and you're going to get in trouble with the stewards, or a pit lane entry violation, or a drive-through. But those are doable, those are fixable by, you know, could be, holding your hands up and saying, okay, I did that. It was a mistake, it was an error, I did it on purpose. And just we'll go into the YouTube comments. Let's have a quick look. 113 still going strong. Let's go, guys. From Jerry, the race car driver. Well done. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming in with us, Jerry. And so he's also saying 113, car 113 reaches the top 10 at the finish. He'll have number 113 related tattoo. That's a bold statement there. You know, we will hold to that, Jerry. And also welcome in Alex Witherington. Hello, you just found this. Good to see you here, Alex, for the 24 hours of Bathurst. And this is the 113 here. Let's see where he is on track. He's 21st. So he's got a little bit of driving left to do, but still is 15 hours left. So they're doing okay. With a nice paint job on that too, 113. As we go on board with the 21st place car, Mimo van der Molen. And he's actually, he looks like he's got a bit of oversteer on exit there. These last corners of the chase as the Bentley in front of him pits. And he breaks down into the final corner of the 113. Molen DC Racing, DC Sim Racing. And their best time is a 2:01.8. And their last lap is a 2:02.5. So there's not really much difference in slow pace and fast pace. But he's in the mixer now. He's 21st. So if he gets to top 10, he's going to have a few laps to overtake people and stuff like that. So people ahead of him will have to make mistakes, I think, for him to. But having said that, he will have to get a tattoo. And he was saying something, Jerry the race car was saying something about the bathroom. But I won't be able to say that on screen. But it's a toilet-based japery. And it looks like Chris is back with us as well now for a little bit. But I am doing a bit of lunch, so I need to go and eat something. Oh, there's a good switch back there in the last section of the racetrack there. And it is the 78 Lamborghini. It's only a 10th behind. But was that a move for the lead? For the third place? It was, and we missed it. Oh, missed it, sorry. So the 78 Lamborghini is now ahead and into the podium position and he's overtaken the Ferrari 99. This might be a good battle to stay with because we want to see what happens after that. To see what pace that he must be one of their Malhu. It must be one of their faster faster Lamborghini drivers. He's got good pace for sure. If he's caught him, there's still only half a second in this battle, so it's worth staying with as they come round to the top section of the racetrack. More of the rhythm section. You can't really do too many overtakes here unless you're really careful, or you really send it and then you sort of compromising your own race then, aren't you? But that was a pass for the podium, so we'll see if Malhu can get up towards second place and challenge. Whoa, there's a big moment there for him as he has to take to the off-ramp there because he didn't get that first right-hander over the hill, over the crest. Didn't get that one quite right, so he had to take to the off-road. That's unfortunate there. Not sure if he would gain an advantage there off track and gaining an advantage, whether you get a penalty for that or not, not sure. But he is thundering down the back straight, chasing this 32nd place car. So I believe that is a lap car in there. Yep, he's flashing at him to say, get out of my way, I'm third place, I've got to get going. And he has left him plenty of space there. and actually went off the track there, so that's a bit too much. He was a bit too much there. That's which happened. He overcorrected there, so the 78 Lamborghini being able to get by quite easily there. But also, I think that might have messed up the 4th place goes Filippini in the 99 Ferrari. Speaking, it looks like he's 2 laps back, but I think he's further in. He's coming at number 9 car, he's coming into the last corner, so he's far behind. But there is quite a lot of work still left to do. And as the track temperature has dropped another degree, now it's on 20 degrees, track and temperature. So it is slowly starting to come down. As you can see, the rubber build-up on the outside of the corners is now getting quite large. I'm sure that will continue to grow over the course of the rest of this race. So everything still does change. He's now actually pulled out another second off the 4th place person. I think he's continuing to keep building on that gap. On that bit better there, isn't it? As we go to the leader of the race, Steve Innings, in the 528 Ferrari after completed almost 240 laps right now. So after 240 laps, 15 hours 45 minutes left to go of the 24 hours of Bathurst. There's still a lot to play for. As the night shift starts, the lights are on. I'm not sure how much visibility you actually get driving at night, because I've never done a night stint here, or how bright it is. But your concentration has to be even higher, even after, how many hours we've been going now, with 9 hours almost. 8.25 hours, shall we say. But after 8 hours of driving, there's a long way, still 2/3 of the race left to go, so even making it this far and being in the lead is a huge achievement. But it looks like they're caning along. I thought actually Mike Thomas was doing this solo. It turned out that he's not. I thought he was. But it looks like he's got another person to help him maybe get some sleep. But it looks like the Ferrari 99 is back in 3rd place. And the Lamborghini has dropped down. Did he have a moment? No. He's now up to 2nd place, Malhu, in the Lamborghini. So there might have been a change for 2nd place there as well, unless the 99 Ferrari made a mistake. Because Malhu was 2nd. Sorry, Malhu was 3rd for a minute ago. That's right, isn't it? Tom? Let me ask the producer, he'll let me know. Maybe we'll come back to that once I get some more information. So it looks like he has overtaken now Malhu for 2nd position. So he's moved up quite a ways in just a few laps. And now he's actually chasing down the leader, but the leader is 2 laps, or a lap ahead of him at least. A lap and a quarter. No. He's about 3 or 4 turns ahead of him. So that gap from 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, has actually decreased. So the 529 is actually catching up with a lot of traffic, which he'll have to find his way through. And it looks like the other cars don't have so much at this moment in time. But that was a lap. A lead change for, not a lead change. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. That was a podium change from 2nd to 3rd. So Malhu was 4th a few laps ago. And now things are really starting to heat up. It might be able to be sorry, I'm just reading the YouTube comments as well. So that must have been another. The gap between the 99 and the 9 mustn't have been that high up. So those Ferraris have slowed a little bit. And for a second there, I thought there was rain. But a message from Michael Thomas, the leader, and he has said that he can't do it solo as the server was set up to max 17 hours per driver. So we can only do 17 hours. So we will see him. Oh, and here's the replay for the second position. And he sent it right down the inside. And the 99 car tried to switch it back to gain back that piece of real estate there. But that is the change for second place here at the 24 Hours of Bathurst. What a great move. Sending it up. We probably didn't even see it coming. But now that gap has now extended to 2 seconds. So he's actually pulled away a couple of seconds out of him. So that could be very interesting into the lead of the race later on down the road. I know there is still quite a bit of a gap, but if the 78 car in the Maloo is moving that quickly, he may be able to catch him as we go to the 9 Lamborghini driven by Speckling. I hope I pronounced your name right. The dollar for the swear box. But he's not actually that far away from that battle also. So that could be quite interesting to see how that progresses. But anyway, from what Michael Thomas has said to us, he said he's only allowed to do 17 hours max per driver. So like I said, we'll see him again later on. And there's a lot of love there from Michael Thomas, a lot of respect there for him. So, and he's human, Michael Thomas. He has had to use the bathroom. So he's not actually a Stig. So we know that he's human dressed as a Stig. So let's keep looking at the comments below. Okay, so there's some investigation after the race might be being done. There was some comments about Michael wearing diapers instead of having to use the bathroom. So he said he had a bathroom break during one of his longer pit stops where he repaired the damage, and then midway through the brake change is an extra 90 seconds. That's also nice. So that's all. So that's the other thing you have to take into consideration when parts break or wear out. You do have to pit to change those, and that also does have an effect on your race as well. As we do see a car back to front in that section of the racetrack there, as we see live through the mountain section, somebody is backwards. I believe it's the 18 car is backwards, the McLaren. Oh, to be careful now. Or you can go back a bit more. So and that's exactly what I was talking about. You've only got to get 1 or 2 wheels out of the line. If you hit the wall, as you see 4 or 5 cars go past there, trying to get him back on the racetrack. Oh, that was a narrow miss there as well from that BMW. That was very close miss. But the 18 car has now got back going again. 6 or 7 laps behind. So, but it looks like he has gone, he's uncooked it through the tunnel section, through the top mountain part of the racetrack. It's very easy to lose a car through that section, and it looks like, unfortunately, the 18 McLaren has. But luckily enough, there wasn't any incidents there, so we're safe and continue racing. But I'm not sure if he's going to pit or is he going to stay out. No, he's decided to stay out. It's just a spin. Hopefully he hasn't killed his tyres. But the drivers do have 28 sets of tyres to go through this whole race. So there's still a long way left to go. I'm not sure if they would change them after every hour. The ruling is you get 1 set of tyres per how many hours of racing there is. So in this case 24. And you would get plus 4 tyres just in case. So you would get 28 sets of tyres for the entire race. I just want to confirm that he's correct. Is that right, Chris? I know he's here. or Tom can verify, that would be also great. But yes, the hardest thing is the concentration, which is the focus that Michael Thomas, the leader, is having to the focus, the level of focus you have to have to maintain that pace for that amount of time, when there's other teams with 3 or 4 drivers behind you is huge. As it looks like Chris Vinning is actually trying to carve through some of this traffic here, because he has actually caught up a lot of traffic here. There's like 7 or 8 cars. There's probably 10 cars in the section there, and it only takes one of them to have an accident trying to get out of the leader's way for that to ruin the leader's race, so to speak. Especially in this section here, and you've got other cars bearing down on you. He really should be trying to get out of the way there. But I know that what they've said in the S's section, is what it's called, between turns 11 and 17, there is no, you don't have to worry about blue flags or anything like that, which I think is sensible. But he is leaving him space on the inside there, just in case he does want to get around. I think here he will get the job done in the run up to the chase. He does have quite a long pull, but there's 4 or 5 cars there, all battling for position going around here for the 24 hours of Bathurst. And there, the move is done. But that Porsche is trying to stay with him now. It's good to try and stay with a car that's just overtaking you, because then you're losing a lot less time and you can start trying to race as fast as they are. So that also is a skill gap scenario as well. So after 245 laps, we still have the Michael Thomas team, Chris Vinning in the lead, who is taken over from Michael for the time being. Now, it looks like he's passed all that traffic and has a bit of clear road in front of him, as my video producer was changing somewhere else to a small battle somewhere else further down. Hopefully we can go back and see that. Yes, there it is. There it is. Oh, and we have a car going wrong. It's the 101 Porsche, driven by Oliver Anderson. Maybe that just gave him a bit too much. He just got out of shape in the last corner. The last corner before the back straightaway, and whoa, he's got a lot of debris. And it looks like he's going straight. He does have damage. So he must have had a big moment there, Oliver, in that last section, in the SE section on the run up to the dipper, because he is hard turning left and he's going straight. So there must be suspension damage as he goes off, trying to get in the way of a car behind him, trying to catch him up. So I think he will be boxing here, because he can't drive like that with a... I don't know how you would turn left when you're already fully locked over towards the left. So that's an unfortunate series of events for one of our favourites, the Oliver Rosedale, Oliver Anderson in the 101. He's one of our pro level drivers too, so he has had a big hit into the... Don't know what happened there, but that's what a blow for the... And he's in 16th place, so going back to the battle for 28, it's hard to see sometimes because the night is finally here, everybody. 8:45, it's pitch black around a road course that's known to take lives and race cars and dreams of racing drivers, should say, in the night time of the Bathurst 24 hours. This is part of it, buddy. And this battle here is for 28th. There's only a half a second between these two. And so we'll see what happens to those guys as the race progresses. And it's full commitment there from him, definitely. You can see the car right up against the wall, right up against the track limits. And a double brake there. And that's the other thing that kills. What's that? Oh, the replay of Oliver is coming up. And oh, he clipped the inside of the wall. on the way down. Oh, wow, and another massive hit. Another massive hit. So he's really trying to bump that car around. What a huge moment there. He's actually clipped the inside wall. And then that has turned him around and hit him. It's basically been a pinball machine. From side to side throughout the track. Bang, bing, bang, bang, bing. And he's paid the price there for being a little bit overzealous on turning. But that might be the drink. Also, we have to sort of anticipate the level of alcohol consumption that some of the drivers are going to do, especially when they're trying to commit to doing 24 hours. We also do have another yellow flag for the 71 car up in that same section. But it looks like he might have got going again. Just a very brief one. Well, what a huge moment there. Is that a slow car going? Is that 415 going slow? It looks like it was. Or is that the move 429 that's being put on him by the McLaren? No, it's not. Or it might be. Yes, it's definitely hard to see him going around with the level of darkness it is now. 8:45 at night in the Bathurst 24. We've still got a very long way to go. 15 hours, 30 minutes of racing left to go. And there'll still be lots of gaps. Let's see what's going on here. And as always, everybody, in honour of Gareth P. Longden, we are doing a 24-hour race at Bathurst, and we also would want you guys to donate as much as you can. Not necessarily as much as you can, but try and make a hefty donation to the Christie charity. And as you can see, we are now at 54% of the total we wanted to raise for $5,000. So that's gone up about another £200 since I've been here. Excuse me. That's now at $2,700. £2,700. Excuse me. With a lot of people making donations. Thank you so much. And there's another yellow flag on the racetrack there too, in that top section. So very difficult. I mean, obviously now because the light is starting to fade, the track temperature has also started to drop as well. We're now at 19 degrees track and ambient temperature. So that's never going to be a fun time when there could be less grip, or you haven't set the car up, or you haven't made tyre pressure adjustments to compensate for the temperature drop. But it still looks like there's no rain on the horizon, which is also nice. But what is on the horizon is your donation to the Christie charity, which is what we're all here for. So S. Vale here going round. Looks like he is chasing somebody there. It's very easy to drop a wheel into a wall, as we know, as we just witnessed Anderson doing. But the 101 BMW took a big hit there. I think he might have actually changed drivers in that section too, and they've subbed Anderson out to Van Druwen. The 95 BMW, driven by Jay Benton, heads into the pits, one of our very own SSRI drivers. And he is one of the pro level, and he's actually in 23rd. And he stops to take a pit stop. As 9th place, Uvalik, I'm saying that right, and the 55 McLaren just comes out the pit stops, comes out from having the pit stop. It might have been a driver change as well there, but we just don't. The darkness is here, everybody, and if you're watching, please do subscribe to the SSRI channel, because I do need to know how they're doing. So let's look at the YouTube comments. He's really looking for the 113 again. We'll do another update in that, talking about tattoos, if the 113 can get into the top 10. Where is 113? I think there's a lot of people asking that. It's now 19th. So 9 more places left to go up until the top 10. So we'll have to do a lot of racing up until then. But you never know, anything could happen. And it does look like he's quite a ways behind there. 2 or 3 laps, maybe 4 laps. As he's just getting overtaken or battling with somebody on the left side there. Hammering down the back straight underneath the old bridge there in towards the kink, towards the chase. Let's see if we can chase this car into a top 10 position and we can see. I would like to see a video while we get the tattoo as well. That would be nice. P20. Let's see what's going on in the comments here. Yes, I understand. Somebody's asking if the main sponsor for the 415's main sponsor is OnlyFans. I'm not too sure if that would be true or not. I'm not sure. That would be the Lexus driven by McKenberg, who's down there in 28. It looks like he was going slowly there, actually. Bisley was going slowly there. The number 18 McLaren down there in 29th. 28, this is one that we was talking about earlier on. Number 415 is sponsored by OnlyFans. There is a sponsorship on there that says OnlyFans. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're actually sponsored by the OnlyFans. So if that answers your question, that was a question from Sailboat17. I'm not sure if that... Oh, they are actually sponsored by OnlyFans. How funny is that? Probably they're self-sponsoring. They might be OnlyFansing themselves while they're driving around. I'm not too sure. I don't think they're allowed to do that, but you never know. And he said he would do a video, a tattoo video. I want to see him scream. You know, like, 113 forever. You know, that would be that would be good fun to see on the socials of the level of commitment to racing by getting your team tattooed on your body somewhere. That would be quite something else. Yeah, the darkness has really set in now. And the wind has actually changed again now. The wind has actually changed another 90 degrees completely. You know, and it keeps moving as we speak. So 6 kilometers an hour wind speed is jumping around. Crazy. All kinds of crazy. But it does say the next 10 minutes to half an hour there still won't be any rain. So we're still not expecting any of that. And the track is optimum right now. So this is about as good as it's going to get. As we go on board with the 87 Ford Mustang down there in the 32nd place, firing around the course. It's a very nice paint job on that. You can't really see it too well. The RSR Revolution Sim Racing driven by Axel Valmont. Hopefully he's having a good race today, staying out of the way for that other car there. But it looks like he might be battling with that Ferrari, just to try and stay on the lead lap. Yes, it's a nice paint job. It's a nice and simple white, black and blue. With the way they're driving, they might be a bit more black and blue than what you might think they are. So message comments. Oh, okay, there's a message from Quincy earlier on. Yeah, accepted message. I'm just still doing my other things here as well at the same time. I've got other things I'm doing as well. I'm so sorry. It's one of them busy days in the commentary booth, as we see moves being made, and the 87 actually did get out the way for those faster cars, which was very, very nice of him. Thank you very much for that. Always try and remain a good standard of driving. So now also there are some people in the pit window too. Van der Molen, the 113, has pitted. So now a lot of people are asking where the 113 is. Must be Jerry the racing team. They're in the pit at the moment. So there's your news. And now he said he does want a tattoo. Yeah, a live stream of him getting his first tattoo, or a tattoo, would be fun. You've got to get it on his forehead. 113 for life. Can you imagine somebody walking around on stream with a BMW 113 team tattoo on their forehead? How crazy would that be? So it does seem like Axel is really staying on that. He's having a lot of trouble there. A lot of movement in that front end there from him. A lot of movement there. These are really far down. 104 laps behind. He's F-happy. He's in the pits right now, actually. And 32 really needs to get this. Should we get that way in that car? Or is that Porsche behind him? No, it's not. From McLaren. Sometimes hard to see during the evening and the night part of the race. And now earlier on, if you saw this shot of the Mount of the Australian outback, should we say, the Mount Panorama landscape, shall we say, the right word, the landscape there, you would have seen this Mount Panorama Bathurst sign earlier on, and there was daytime. And that was only just a couple of hours ago. But now, it's 9 PM at night, so it's going to be seriously dark. And now we can see his lights flying around on the racetrack. But one good thing is if you can't see much here, what you can see a lot of is the auction that Simsport is having, or the Christie Charity is having, and you can go and bid for prizes on the. I'm not sure what the website is, but if you get your QR scanner out, you can see that. And so there was a Simucube SCU2 for auction, and went for $1,200, which is a $200 saving for us here in America. But there is some very interesting prizes up on the auction now. If you are a sim racer and you like getting into sim racing, and you've seen how fast Michael Thomas can go, who's leading the race at the moment, he'll actually give you a 2-hour coaching session, or 75 euros, which is actually a pretty good deal. So you could then be as fast as Mike. He might even say, "Hey, you're almost as fast as me. Why don't you come and join my team?" So you never know. You never. But there is also 45-minute sessions of full motion in the D-Box sim rigs. It looks like they have triples and all that kind of good stuff too. But that is in the Netherlands, I believe. So you do have to be able to get there. But that is going for a 45-minute session. It's only going for $35 at the auction at the moment, which is actually fantastic. Plus, you also do have some monthly subscriptions on the simulator controller. But the favourite things I'd like to quickly discuss while I've got a moment is the 24 Hours Daytona signed gloves from a Daytona 24-hour winner, or participant, should I say, because I'm not too sure if he won it. But for 75 euros, you can get a pair of race gloves. Now, I like race gloves. I think they're brilliant. But you can also get racing shoes, who are which are signed from the Porsche works driver, Josh Rogers. So that might be a nice centerpiece, you know, a nice pair of signed shoes. Whether you use them or not is up to you, because you would have to be able to fit into the shoes to see if they're okay for you to use. But they do look pretty cool. So there's still a lot to bid for on the auction. There's actually 3 sessions of 45 minutes in the full motion debut. So there's 3 of those for 3 of the lucky people who win those bids. But I would probably be for
Hi
just
endurance
the,
fans, good luck with today's
racing.
Laps for
And a
Life
word from our
24-hour endurance organized by Simsport Racing International. I've donated my 24 hours of Daytona gloves, so this is your
I just
chance
would
to
like
own
go
a
to
unique
see
piece
if I
of
can
racing
just
history.
jump out for a quick
Go to
smoke
the charity
break.
auction supporting the Christie charity on simsportracing.com and click on the auction button. So good luck, guys.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to take a quick recess here and get myself a quick snack so I can keep going. I'm not sure who else we have we come into the commentary with for 10 minutes. I'm just going to pop out another quick cigarette if that's okay. And what we'll do is we'll leave you with the onboard maybe and some volume of maybe do an onboard for a few minutes and see where everybody is. Because there's some quite big gaps, so we don't have any super close battles at the moment, but I'm just going to pop out for a quick cigarette break, and I do have to do a couple of things. So I'm just going to mute myself I'm just going to mute myself, so I'll be back here shortly. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Chris and Tom for the next 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes. So I'll be back shortly after a quick break, because as we all know, to stay highly competitive, you have to take a break and reset yourself a little bit to get back in. So I'm going to take a quick pit stop or a cigarette break real quickly, and I'll be back here shortly. So Tom and Chris, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
Being back here after so many months, it's a long time since we've been together, isn't it?
It is. Hello, my name's Joyce.
I'm Nabila. I'm missing our coffee mornings. Who would have thought? But you'd miss going out for cancer treatment.
I'm Amy. I was here last year with my daughter Amelie, who was a patient at the Proton Beam Centre.
I'm Ileana.
Why are you at the Christie?
I was diagnosed with a brain tumour.
I come to the Christies because I've had malignant melanoma.
Our first major link to the Christie was really when a very good friend, colleague was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Ralph was our company architect for over 40 years. He was also a family friend.
I was diagnosed with testicular cancer.
11 years ago I was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I personally was treated here at Christie for bowel cancer. How about you?
I was treated here first for ovarian cancer.
I ended up coming down with COVID. They ran a few blood tests
and found out I had acute myeloid leukemia.
Were you surprised that Amelie could carry on with the treatment during COVID?
I was surprised at how normal it felt inside.
Christie's, as far as I'm concerned, definitely didn't
Just
slow
kept
down.
going, no.
Yeah, you still got everything. Yeah, your scans, your treatments, a lot.
I actually had video consultation with my consultant.
There's been meetings that I've been able to attend on Zoom where actually if I'd had to go to a face-to-face meeting, I wouldn't have gone because I didn't really feel 100%.
My surgery was cancelled 3 times at Macclesfield Hospital due to COVID. And Christie very kindly stepped in and said that they would perform the operation.
To me, the feeling, it was like a bubble, you know, and the moment you walked in, totally protected.
Yeah. There was no difference in, you know, during COVID to what the standard is always here, which is absolutely brilliant.
I was getting really depressed with the treatment and stuff. Then I started the art room and started talking to people because they know what you're going through.
Yeah. The pandemic made us think differently and not do what you'd normally do fundraising, which is groups or the obvious ones, so we did something different.
And then when COVID hit, Pat sorted out Zoom meetings in the art room. It made such a big difference, especially in COVID when we were so isolated.
There's a brilliant option that they offered to me, and that was to have ambulatory care. I was able to go home, you know, I was able to spend, live my life normally as if I would normally live at home. I'm just glad I'm not paying the taxi fare. My God.
Having all this service for people nearby, having that well-being and that support on your doorstep makes a huge difference to these patients, and it's really great to see that that money is making that difference.
By the time you fight your way through the traffic to get to the Christies, I would go down there, it takes me an hour for 5 minutes because they're always very quick. I'm back in the car in another hour coming home. Whereas it's 5 minutes to get here at Kershaw's, 5 minutes to have your bloods done, and 5 minutes later you're on your way out again.
I don't have to travel all the way from Bolton to Christie's to have my treatment. They come to the house and I've made loads of friends because it's not always the same one that comes out every month.
This is one of 2 playrooms that they've got. There's another one upstairs which is a bit more grown up.
The great thing they do here is have a chaplain. I was going through a lot of difficult things at that time. It was great to have someone there to tell me that everything's going to be okay.
The art room, because it's like the patients and carers that can go there, makes such a difference because you can talk to them and they understand, because they've gone through that.
It's given me a quality of life that I never thought, you know, I would have again.
When I came out of hospital, the research nurses phoned me up to see how I was. I thought, you know, they care. I mean, they didn't have to do that.
With Amelie, when it got hard for her to swallow, and by the end of that session, they'd been on the phone. They were going to send me some protein milkshakes for her the next day. So it wasn't that they did what you asked, it was that they almost preempted what you needed.
Yeah.
The consultant I saw, he recommended that I come to the Christie and go on the drug trial, taking an hormone tablet, and I've been taking that now for 11 years. You know, when I was first diagnosed, I thought, I'm not going to see these children grow up, and of course now One's nearly 20 and one's 18 next month. And, you know, they've given me all this time and I'll always be grateful for that.
Got offered a clinical trial. You know, I had no hesitation. First, it did involve taking 16 tablets a day.
Yes.
And now I only take 4 tablets a day.
Any side effects from all this, all the tablets?
Fortunately, not. It's absolutely amazing what they have done for me.
For me, it was a miracle. Without the trial, I wouldn't be here today talking to you, because the trial led me to the transplant, and then the transplant now.
Have you seen the building over there?
Yes, I have. What exactly is that?
That's been built off back of bike rides and stuff like what I've been doing.
All been on charity work, has it?
A lot of it.
How important is the charity to you?
Oh, it's very important because I'm able to go to Bolton Hospice to have my bloods done, which I wouldn't be able to do if the charity wasn't funding them, yeah.
We came up with Around the World for Ralph, where we had to cover 25,000 miles, and that was from obviously people doing exercise, from walking.
We decided that we'd do the Manchester bike ride, but we decided we'd call ourselves Ball Tampering Allowed, which given my sort of history with testicular cancer.
We raised over 13,000 for the Christie charity.
I've raised over £4,500 this year.
With the Christie's help, we're actually setting up our own foundation. So Ball Tampering Allowed is actually becoming a registered charity.
Well, I really like the name.
In 2011, in the October, I was in China, and we raised, as a group, we raised about 100 grand for the Christie, I think, like huge amounts. And then 10 years later, it pops up on my timeline, look what you were doing 10 years ago.
Yes,
and then I'm taking my daughter here, and I just thought, you know, that's got to be a sign that it's going to be okay.
When I first had cancer 23 years ago, and they told me I had to go to Christie's to have an operation, I broke my heart because I thought, well, you don't come out of there. And now, it's the only place I want to go.
There's a compassion here. Yeah. Whether it's the person that meets you on reception, the people that do the cleaning, all the way through to the nurses and the oncologists, etc., etc. There almost seems to be a common DNA.
It's pleasant. It's always you first. So how was your week? Or did you do anything interesting? You know, it's about the person.
They remember me, you know, and they make you welcome.
There's an award called the Healthcare Heroes Awards, Who Cares Wins, and I nominated them as best team. I can't overestimate how amazing they were.
And it's just incredible we've got places like this to come to.
Lovely to see you.
You too. You can wash the pots.
From a quick word from our sponsors, thank you very much if you have donated to the Christie charity. All your donations are very, very warm welcomed, and thank you so much for those donations to that cause. It's very very close to all of our hearts. As we go back live to the 24 hours of Bathurst with 15 hours left to run, so there's still quite a lot to play for, as the on-screen battle here is between the Porsche and the Ferrari, the number 10 Ferrari there, as we go through the S's in the top section, nose to tail through that section there, firing through the pitch darkness of Bathurst now. There's not really many lights on the track, so it's very hard for the drivers especially to see what's going on ahead of them and to memorise the track as they go down the back straight. Lights are blazing, firing down the straight, and I think the Porsche does actually let him by because he is the faster car. He is flashing him, but they are very, very close. And the Porsche gets a bit squirrely, and he's off the track in the chase. He took too much speed there into that corner, as the number 10 also gets squirrely on the brakes into the last corner as he fires off and duck down the start straight finish there. Not sure what happened to that Porsche there, but I don't see any yellow flags, so he must have gotten going there as the number 10 Ferrari comes off the track and drops a wheel into the right side there, drops a tyre. That's not good. But he is flashing his lights off, going crazy as he lets one car through, and that Porsche there is back behind him again, and he might get through, and he does. Puts the move. Oh no! There's an accident. The number 10 Ferrari didn't see or didn't leave enough room for the Porsche trying to get by there, and remains in that position. And I'm not sure if he's going to have to give that one back. But yeah, there is a gap building up there, so I think they did just slightly come together there on that sort of half-hearted overtake attempt there through the top section of the racetrack. But you never know what's going to happen in this next section, whether that Porsche is going to have another go down the back straight away, full pedal to the metal all the way down the back street, following the number 10 Ferrari and the number 22. I'm not sure what position they might be high, I'm sure. But they are happily flying along there, and both survived that accident there. Oh, and he's put the move on the inside, and he's gone over and under, and there's a bit of contact there between the 23 and the 10. And the 10 is not happy about it. That's why he's flashing them lights so hard. Is that the number 91 Porsche? There's not one behind him? I'm not sure. But I think that is the battle for 23rd. I don't really see that Porsche ahead of him. There might be a black mark, I'm not too sure though. So, with 15 hours left to run, quite a long time, anything can still happen. There are quite a lot of battles on track here. This one here is for position, as we thought we was going to. The battle between Cassie Jenner in the 91 Porsche and Escalator in the 10 Ferrari, battling over 22nd place after all this time. Still with 15 hours left to go, they are showing no quarter to each other, because that is a race for position. And 21st is actually not that far down the road, I believe, which is the 101. It might be further down the track. I'm not sure what the update is on Van Duren, but this is the battle we're going to watch right now, as the number 10 tries to get a good exit for the back straightaway one. Power down all the way down the back straight. I think he might be too far back to put a move on the 91 Porsche. As we watch it, and he's going down the inside. He's taking him. He's gone down the inside. There's a little bit of contact there from the number 10, as they both get a little squirrely on the brakes. And he has reclaimed the 22nd position on track, which we should get an update from. Yes, it is. He's only half a second behind him too, so there's still room Still room there for lots of racing, but they didn't give each other enough space there, but they both got through, which is fine, which is what we want to see from a good battle, and there only being a small margin of error to be able to get past in that corner, because it's a very long braking zone to chase, and if you're hard enough on the brakes and you've got your brake bar set, you can make moves down there. And as long as nobody comes off and everybody can still keep going, you're okay. But that wasn't the case. There was a little bit of contact, which you have to kind of expect being such a tight circuit. But they are well within their rights to have a go, and I don't blame them, especially if he's for position. And it looks like the 10 Ferrari has pulled away a little bit now, but he does have somebody else in front of him who has pulled over and let them go through, which was a great move there. That was very good awareness from that back marker there to stop them, not to let anybody else, not to have a crash there, so he pulled that aside. Not the best position to do it, but still made the move, still made the overtake work. Takes a lot of courage to do that. So credit where credit's due, as we watch the 22nd position, the S Glatter in the number 10 Ferrari, firing down the back street, again back towards the chase for another time. And it also looks like the leader is pitting as well, because I do see them showing the pits right now, 5:26. So they might be doing a driver change, and Mike might be getting back into the cockpit, or maybe some fresh rubber for the ever apparent temperature drop, which is now very apparent, and I'm not sure how much further it will drop in temperature, but it is 9 o'clock, so we might see another degree or two. As I say that, it goes down another degree, so it's now down to 18 degrees, so they will have to make tyre pressure adjustments, anti-roll bar adjustments on the fly as they go around the track through the night of the 24 hours of Bathurst. And that also looked like a track limit violation there. He was really close to track limits there, number 10. And it looks like he is about 50 seconds off of 21st position. And everybody else in the commentary booth is okay? Everybody's doing okay? I'm going to say that your silence is a yes, as silence is always golden in racing, I suppose. But we still have a very, very long way left to go here at the 24 Hours of Bathurst. There's a lot of battles on track, a lot of people on track. 40-something cars, as we see from the live timing, there are people making pit stops. But it looks like the number 10 here will be overtaken here by the 528 of the leader. That looks like they're coming up here shortly. So they'll be, putting another lap on to 22nd place. By Shasta Glaster. That's a good name by there. Shasta Glaster sounds like a soft drink. We'll have a pint of Shasta, please. That's just a joke if you're from that team. But as you can see, the darkness is upon us, and it will be like this for quite some time, another 6 or 7 hours. And there is a yellow flag for the, I believe that's a 68 car maybe, I'm not sure if we can get an on board of that, that's had a spin up in the S's area, turn 11 and 12 I think it is. Somebody's gone around there unfortunately, which will happen. But we stay on board with Glatter as he's firing around into that section actually. Oh, and we just changed, so to the 33 of Meeking, who's about half a second behind the Bentley and the 88 Bentley of M Royal. So these pair are going to be battling away for the battle for 11th, actually, with another car in front of them. It might actually, the back marker might actually come into play. I'm not sure who that is in front of them, but I don't think it's the one we're looking for. That is very close. He might have a go here. The 33 BMW is right up the back of the Bentley. The back marker does pit to get out of the way, and they are now going side by side over the start straight finish. But the Bentley slightly shuts the door. Oh no, there's been a spin. The Aston Martin has nailed the Bentley, but it looks like he's still going. So he might have just outbraked himself there and got into the back of him. That might be looked at by the stewards. But the movie's done at this point in time. That is the battle for 11th. And that timing screen will get updated later when they complete a section of the lap. Moving on to the battle for 30th. C. Van Horn in the number 18 McLaren is chasing down the number 19 Ferrari of Nate Shiki. Shiki? Oh, that's pronounced again, right? Another pound for the donation box as they go through the 11 through 17 chicane, or the S's, at the top of the hill. So we also have to keep our eyes on, there's a huge train of cars coming up to turn 11 through 19. A huge gaggle of cars. So if you were to have an accident and those guys come through, it's going to be quite a harrowing experience, I would imagine. Having all those cars fly by you and not knowing when you can get out. But we're on board with the number 70 car of Chico Landvar from Vivi Global Racing, who are actually 6th place. And now Kay Picker in the number 92 Porsche is not too far behind him, I don't think. Yeah, he's about a straight away behind him, but he does have cars in front of him. Hopefully he can get a toe off those guys and get around, as the pink Mercedes is right in front of him. Oh! And he causes him to have an error trying to go by him. And another car there is going to also try and get behind him, go around him, to try and gain some positions. 22nd place car there is having a go. And Pica is about 9 seconds off the person in front of him, and there's about a 15-second gap behind him. So he's in a good position, that Porsche's. The 92 number Porsche of Pica, he's in a good position there. Top 10 after all this time. They're having a great race right there. And that is with Team Port Schlumiskins. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly as well. A long race ahead of us. Still 14 and 3/4 hours left yet. As another car takes to the off track there in the SE section. I think that place is becoming invaluable to the drivers, just in case it is a car behind them and they need to get around. But I'm not sure if we've had some. It looks like we've had some new drivers step into the night shift here at the 24 Hours of Bathurst with decreasing temperatures, and the wind factor also part of the play. So it's really a great time to say, hey, we are supporting Christie Charity. It is a huge thank you that we give you for donating to the Christie Charity. got to the mark $2,706.08, which is the total of 54.1% of the total. The recent donation was Mike Pike, who donated £50. Tom Bathurst has donated 25 euros. Our very own Prince has donated £20. Netherlands Online Racing has done €10. Mark Cadwell finally has donated £50 of his hard-earned money to the charity of the Christie charity, which is fantastic. We do want more. I'd love to see somebody put 100 in there. I can't do that because I'm broke, as we've discussed. As we see the number 11 BMW pitting, and that might be for a scheduled pit stop or a driver change. So if you would like to donate to the Christie charity, donate using our QR code, which is showing on the screen right now. So if you want to go ahead and donate, a $5 or a $10, something like that, what you can afford to the Christie charity. All donations are welcome and thanked are live on stream. But there is quite a long way left to go, and we are more than over half. We're over half of what we was trying to get, the 5,000. We're over the halfway point, over more than 50% of the donations, and we're not halfway through the race yet, which is quite interesting. So we've still got another 2 and 3/4 hours left for you guys to donate in this first half of the race. So it would be nice if you guys could go and throw in £20 or £10 or something like that. As there was I'm not sure if there was an entry fee or a donation entry fee, but that is an amazing figure. I'm sure they'll be able to put that money to good use. And thank you to all our donors who donated their money and donated all their money to, make life a little bit better for other people. As we do see, the number 34 car has got 30-second stop go. Is that? I'm not sure. I can't really see it too well. But it looks like there's some more penalties being given out. Yeah, to the stop go 30. So that's probably for track violations, maybe. I'm not too sure. For the number 87 Ford, who we're on screen with right now, and he has received a penalty for that. Now to maybe a driver change, was that maybe? I'm not too sure. Lind Var in the number 70 McLaren, who's actually running 9th at the moment. So he might have just started a stint. So good luck to those guys if they're just coming out. Let's just keep our eye on him. It looks like they just got out the pit, and now it is really hard to see the track and the moves that are being put on. But you can only really see the lights. And so, going back to the leader, Chris Vinnings for Red Kings Motorsport in a 528 Aston Martin is there, firing down the straight. Coming up to the last corner, as he's sitting in there for Mike Thomas, because he can only do 17 hours. And so, what a great night he's going to be having in the lead of the race, overtaking everybody. And it also looks like, from what we've seen, is Malhu in the 78 Lamborghini has lost second place. So Kirk Banoff is in the 406 Ferrari's back overtaking him, because he was all the way up to second. So something might have happened there, and has also lost 11 seconds of a gap. So that might be pitting or something like that, or it might be a little change that they've made, but they are still firing along in the top 3, which is brilliant. You could see how much movement's in the car there too. So this Chris Spinning is obviously another fast driver, especially because he's still holding off that one lap lead that he has over second place, who are barreling down on him. And he must obviously, if you can keep your racing line nice and tight and stay nice and consistent, you're going to be in a lot better position towards the end of the race. And bearing in mind there still is more than half the race to do. With another yellow flag in the first sector of the chicane, I think it's 389, who's had a bit of an off, and it looks like he's got back going again. So they've the pink Mercedes has come another crop up and span it there in that section. That's unfortunate. But back to the battle for 21st and 22nd. The number 10 Ferrari is now caught and he's within 2/10 of the 91 Porsche who he was covering just a few minutes ago, and he sort of sends it down the outside. He can't get the move done into turn 2. I don't think this battle's going anywhere ever soon. He did create quite a lot of hustle and bustle last time, because they did have contact, and the 91 Porsche is now starting to defend against the Ferrari. As we just watch the onboards here, the trackside cameras don't always tell the full picture of how hard the drivers are actually having to actually work. As we go on board through the S's with another Mercedes there in the way, and that has hampered the number 10 Ferrari as he just gets back into rear ends another car, another black Mercedes there, and that has hampered him again. The 204 Mercedes has unfortunately got in the way of the 22nd place guy Blatter in the number 10 Ferrari, and hampered his battle with the 91 Porsche, but that is still only a second, so he's lost a good second there in time. As we switch a little bit further up at the field to the battle for 11th. Alright, yeah, the battle for 11th. The number 88 Bentley, who was covering earlier on, who's in a battle with the 23 McLaren, and he's just literally half a second behind. So the move was made, and the Bentley 88 has lost a place there to Moez in the 23 McLaren, but I don't think he's going to let that go. I would keep pushing if I was you, because he's still really close and you never know what kind of action is going to happen. In the podium news, Mahu has actually gone back into second, so that might be pits or pit stops, because we are seeing some pit stops happening right now. So Mahu is still collectively second, might have just pitted when we was talking about it, and that's why the 99 was able to take back second place. So they might be back and forth throughout the night with pit stops and a pace that might be happening along the way. So that's quite interesting to see. That will be one we have to keep our eyes on. Yeah, they just take a drink of water. My taste buds are dry, everybody. Now, in the comments on the YouTube channel, if there's any card you'd like us to have a quick look at and do a quick driver shout out, do let us know in the comments below. Don't be afraid, we won't make fun of you or ask you to get tattoos on your forehead, which Jerry the race car driver said he would, but it's not on his forehead. It's a bit far, he says. A bit far on his bit far. Anyway, as he goes to the inside, somebody's gone really wide there, and he's come back on the 88 Bentley, still on track. And he's still letting people down. But letting people down something. He got security issues out here, sorry. Barlow now he's about 1.5 seconds behind 6th place. Oof. Now it does also look like the 88 Bentley has pitted, maybe for a driver change or more fuel, which was also the thing that we had to take in consideration. But after 273 laps, 273? Yes, because the lead is just up at the top of there. So after 273 laps, the leader is C. Vinning. Second place is R. Malu. King is third. Vidago in the 9 Porsche is fourth. Pica is fifth in the 90 in the Porsche. Number 6 is the Ferrari of 406 Ferrari, driven by Cabanov. He is 6th. 7th is R. Valley in the 55 McLaren. 8th is K. Schuler in the 724 Aston Martin, who is actually going side by side with somebody at the moment. I'm not sure if it's a slower car. 9th is Handke in the number 70 McLaren. And then that's 9th place there is Handke, who's going through the top section there. 10th place is R. Meeking in the 33 Aston Martin. 11th is Moez, who we've been following a little bit too, in the 23 McLaren, followed by Orderman in the 943 Aston Martin. 13th is Crows in the 588 Aston Martin. And the man with the fastest lap is 14th, funnily enough, is Broeghammer in the number 8 Ferrari, firing around in the Dago paint job, which is the only paint job I can really see in the dark because it's bright yellow. Good luck to them. And rounding out the top 15 is H. Chamberlain in the Honda of number 81. That's as far as we need to go, I think, for that for right now. Unless you want to carry on with that and do a whole race update, Tom? Yes, well, we're going to carry on. Yes, 14th is Broha. Yeah, well, I'm going to do a full rundown of the whole race all the way down if I can. So Brohammer is 14th, and then 15th is Chamberlain. 16th is M. Royal in the 88 Bentley, who's just pitted. 17th is T. Lendon in the 69 Bentley, who's just a few seconds behind Royal, actually. And then in 18th, we have Wilson in the 189 McLaren. 19th, we have Van der Molen in the 113. I know that is the car where people are getting tattoos. They're only getting tattoos. So still 9 more places for them before we see anybody take some ink. So shall we say? 20th place is Van Druen in the 101 BMW. 21st is Tassingina in the 91 Porsche, who's battling also with the 22nd place person of Nima Suzuka in the number 10 Ferrari. A bit further back, about 22 seconds off of those guys, is 23rd place and their name is Killamanda, and the number 75 Ford, followed by the 24th place of R. Tang in the 95 BMW, and 25th Richardson with the number 11 BMW, who's just a few seconds off 25th. In fact, there's a whole group of cars there, about 10 seconds difference between them, so there's a good little pack there. As we move to number 26th place is the 118 BMW driven by Hoffmans. There you go, Hoffmans, who just pitted, so we might see him coming later on. 27th is O. Williams in the 909 Nissan, which is one of the only ones driven by one of our team, I would imagine. Right? No, there's another, might be one of the other Nissans, but they're 27th. 28th is Tillander in the Lexus 415, and 29th is Kuiji in the 127 BMW, to give those guys some race time there. 30th, right down in the back of the pack, 60 seconds behind and a minute behind the next guy, is Nei Shoki in the number 19 Ferrari. Good luck to you guys. Still a long race left yet, guys. 31st is Seahorn in the number 18 McLaren. They're about 20 seconds almost behind 30th. 32nd is Schultz, and that is their column is 135 with the white and orange paint job there in the Porsche 911. 33rd is Jay Weidman in the 65 McLaren, quite a few laps behind. And this is the very tail end of the pack now. These guys are just going around hoping there's something, making something happen, hopefully. 34th is A. Van Mol in the 87 Ford. 35th is Potenza in the 204 Mercedes, which I believe is the pink Mercedes, maybe. Sure, let's get that on track. Can't really see the colour of the car, but it's how dark it is. Number 36th place is Van Cleef in the 73 BMW. 37th is Tantrum in the 889 Mercedes. And then 38 is well, that's a good one. Volbreget Brent. And he's in the 68 BMW. And 39th is FH in the number 20 Ferrari. And I think that might round out the whole lot. I'm not sure, that might be all of them. I don't think there's a 40th place, so as we go back, and that is the whole rundown. It took about 10 minutes to go through the whole rundown of the 24-hour race standings. If you would like to hear any of the shout-outs from other teams, please do let us know. But that's the full race update, and there's still 14 and a half hours left to go. So there's still plenty of time for things to happen as we go to the onboard for Richardson, the number 11 BMW, battling along with his other BMW teammate here in the battling for position with R. Tang in the 95 BMW. So that's how close it is. You know, a quarter of a second really isn't a lot of time, but they are both thundering along through the top section of the racetrack, coming up into the S's, across all the way down. It's a very downhill slopes. So you have to be hard on the brakes, let the car carry speed through these section of corners down into the dipper section of the racetrack. So you must get a good exit here, which he does. He gets a bit squirrely there on exit, thundering down the back straight away, trying to get as much toe as he can to try and put a move on. He is close enough, and it looks like he is getting a little bit there. Slipstream is there, but there's another car in the way, so he compromises that. They might have gotten into each other, but the back marker does get out of the way, and the move is done. The number 11 has got past the 95 of Tang and lets him go by, but they are still battling there. And I believe that he's one of our guys. Guys, is that one of the admins? Or one of the admins' teams? And that is the battle for 24th complete. As you see, 5 or 6 cars there along the start straight finish. And they're still all to play for. There are a huge gaggle of cars there trying to all battle for position. And I don't think it's over between Tang and Richardson. Not by a long way. There's still a long way left to go. So losing one small base here, one small position here. If you keep the pressure on the driver who's just overtaken you, you might be able to put him under enough pressure where he makes an error or a mistake, and then you can capitalise on it. So I think we might have to get... Is that another car gone around there? There's a yellow flag in the S's, and it's the 889 of Tony Tantrum in the Mercedes, 37th place. They are 20 laps down. Oh, it's the pink Mercedes has come across again. Bang, hits. He might have some trouble there if he pulls out right now. But it does look like that the leader is actually coming through. Oh, the leader almost hits him there in the 889. Almost clipped him. So hopefully he can get going again. He needs a gap to get into without actually hitting any of the other cars, which I think he's found. And he's back, luckily enough, on his way. So they are having a terrible evening. It's unfortunate that they made a small error there, which does happen here at Bathurst, especially with how close the walls are, which we did kind of expect. If you are just tuning in, we do expect some crashes here at Bathurst 24, because there's so much that can happen in that space of time. But there is a long way to go in the race yet, and it might be due to how cold the tyres are. You know, you could easily spin it a lot more easily if you have colder tyres. As good racing drivers should know, tyre temperature is also very, very important. And he's taking a quite defensive line now to let that guy go by. The number 3 guy, who was actually he left 3rd place by, wasn't he? We move on to the battle for 29th with the 19 Ferrari and the 127 BMW here battling for a top 30 position, top 29. Whoa, holy moly, they're really close now. And I think that might be a back marker there in the way, I'm not sure. No, it's not. In the back marker is Tang, I think, there. Who was just overtaken by, so they're a lap down there, see? Yeah, he's in 30th position. Yeah, and he's got the slipstream on him. He goes by, round the kink, he turned, and then the BMW tucks back in. Oh, and he's overtaken another one there. Nade Shelky has taken over the 127 BMW, but he is pitting. So he's took that opportunity because he knows he's as fast and got into the box to either do a driver change or tyres and fuel. And that car has seen better days. It does like it scraped the wall a few times there. As you can see the damage. And one of the other BMWs who we've been following, Anderson, I think he's in the pits as well. And for another crash maybe. Yes, the 101 BMW. Going now to Ivanov, the number 16. Oh, there's a lot of people driving now. There's quite a few pit stops there. They're on board with the 180. Ivanov is now pitting. He was pitting from 17th. His last lap was a 4:16, so he's lost a couple of minutes in that area. As we go on board to Anderson, who we're just talking about, who's just come out of the pits, and he's trying to get along just well. I think he was a bit higher than that. I think he did have that issue. It might have thrown him back a little bit with some damage to the car, which will happen if you slice and dice a bit too hard, should we say? As we just get a message from Mario Dalmatian, an interesting race. An excellent commentator who have to talk for 24 hours a day and make the race even more interesting. And it's for a crowded evening. Could it be better? Well, thank you, Mario. What a nice thing to say. Yes, we are a chatty bunch here in the commentator's booth, even though I'm here by myself covering the night shift, because it is at 10 p.m. and probably a little bit more later than that in England, where the race is being broadcast from. So me being in California does help quite a bit. It's by about 8 hours, and I've been here since about hour 20. So I've been here about 6 hours now, 5.5, 6 hours in the commentary booth, bringing to you live the 24 hours of Bathurst, which I've been really excited about for the last couple of weeks. So I thought the race was on a Thursday, and it wasn't. The qualifying on a Thursday, and I was talking to my girlfriend about trying to do the whole race solo, but it turns out I didn't try and do that, because from what Mike Thomas says, who's our leader in the race at the moment, he says you can only do a maximum stint of 17 hours. What a shame. So that's quite a long period of time to be in the car. So he's doing fantastic after 281 laps of 24 hours of Bathurst. So there's still a long way to go, and anything can still happen. Now Chris does have a lot of clear track in front of him, and the next car in front of him is a 92 car, so you can just see as sparks come flying off the Aston Martin, and it did look like he got super out of shape there in that section. Really out of shape. The onboards in the evening are just spectacular. You could see the build-up at the sides of the track, clipping the walls. And it would be very easy, that penultimate turn before is to clip the inside of the wall, which we did see Henderson doing the 101 BMW, and it will mess you up for this whole back straightaway, which is where you want to carry as much speed as you can coming down this section here, getting it right up into 6th gear, 270 kph, all the way down into the chase and hard on the brakes for the left-hander. And then that one would then take you on to the last corner of the racetrack, brake at the 100 metre board, hard on the brakes, into the left, trying to scrub as much speed up as you can down into that last corner and along the start straight finish for a whole new lap of Bathurst. As we just watch some of the onboards, and the onboard shots are fantastic to see. As you can see, the button box there at the bottom, the map, and the temperature has dropped 3 or 4 degrees, so we're not sure if we would see any faster times, as the 92 Porsche of Picker actually pits with about 15 seconds to. There's quite a few cars in the pits actually, so we might see a flurry of driver changes for this last stop, because obviously now tiredness is also going to start playing into the tiredness of the driver and the level of focus they're able to maintain even at this level of performance, Yes. So just so everybody's watching, we are going to switch streams. Yeah, I'll get the message here. Yeah, we will be switching streams because there's a maximum amount of time to stream. We can't just do it for so long. So please do click the link, which will redirect you to the part of the next part of the race, which is part 3, and we will have continued coverage here at the 24 Hours of Bathurst.